I didn't understand the hate for it.
Hello, and welcome back to Roll4It. Today we're doing Shadowrun Roll4It. I'm back with Shen, Bentham Splat, and Margaret Crone, and myself, Antirilicium. We are going to be continuing off from last week, where our team had just crashed out of the air in a plane, managed to get in a lifeboat, turn invisible, not get shut up by mercenaries, and then start using the movement power from a spirit to start coasting at about 30 miles an hour in an unpowered boat across the ocean. Yeah, so...
An invisible boat.
Yes, an invisible boat.
Powered by a giant
A spirit
sea
whale.
elemental. Yeah.
A spirit whale. I like to imagine he's just swimming along, like, woo, making like happy whale noises. Like, thank you,
Maybe
whale
not the happy
spirit.
whale noises. Might draw too much attention to us.
Well, they're
It's the
like,
only way
they're
to
like
travel.
spirit whale. See, I communicate with him telepathically, so he's making the whale noises in my head.
Oh,
Woo! But you guys don't hear it. He's just like paddle, 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 paddle for you guys.
Yep, it's totally
that's
how it
great.
happened.
Okay.
I really want to see fan art of that. Of like us on a little life raft with all the rafts like tied together and like the spirit like animal like.
I gotta be up on the front of it like Jack in
Oh,
Titanic.
yeah, totally. Titanic style. That's so good.
Dear.
I could never be a magician. I would abuse spirits so much. Not like beat them, not like physically hurt the spirits.
You would
but I'd be
enslave
like,
powers to get them to sustain it, and it would drain their life essence, and then they die, and then they come back and kill you.
no, I'd just be like, oh, dude, the kitchen's so far, and it takes me so little effort because I have such a high spellcasting skill. Rank 2 spirit, dude, can you go get me a Pepsi out of the fridge? And he'd just be like, okay. Although apparently the lower level ones are like okay with menial tasks. It's just when you summon like the level 6 ones and shit that they get really salty about menial stuff. Like the lower level they are, the more they just want to make you happy. The more powerful they are, the more sentient, like douchebaggy they become because they don't have time for this shit.
Yeah. Very quickly, we are Roll4It. You can support us in several different ways, including over on Patreon, which is the main way of supporting us. And if you haven't checked that out, please go check it out and stuff. There are some cool tiers there where you can get stuff like access to the after show VODs, access to character sheets, behind the scenes stuff. Like I've got a giant whiteboard with the Shadowrun plot all down there right now. And
he's not sharing it with us.
I'm not sharing it, obviously. And I'll be taking pictures of that, and I will release them once the plotline is done to those at that tier. Also, you can get the shows in like MP3 format and stuff like that. And also, it's just a great way of supporting the show. If you prefer to do a different type of subscription thingy, you can subscribe on Twitch, and you get access to like little badges and stuff. And Moonbot gives you the benefit of doubt when you type in capitals or use too many exclamation marks. If you want to support one off, which I know people do, you can use the cheers, like Lero just did. Thank you very much. Or you can just tip. Normally, there's a tip thing if you want. Also, like, honestly, one of the best ways of sharing the word of the stream is, like, support us. You can do that. Just share the word of the stream, go out, tweet it, post it on your friend's Facebook wall, your friend's actual wall, the side of your friend's house, just a giant spray paint can, Twitch.
Cover the windshield so they can't drive unless they go to our stream.
Just make sure you do it backwards then so they can actually see it from the side. That helps. Or, post it on your favorite Reddits. All that sort of stuff. Absolutely great. Thank you very much.
And
Now I'm imagining like
show,
a Roll4It van.
If you miss a show, you can always watch the VODs. We have them on Twitch, but we also post them up on YouTube.
We do indeed. So if you want to go see them on YouTube, you can head over to the YouTube and check them out. That's a great way of being able to catch up on all the VODs and stuff, because I know people are like, oh, but the Twitch VODs are terrible compared to YouTube. Well, you can now catch the YouTube VODs, so go do that. Also, another announcement. I may have made a Wikia page because I know people are wanting to catch up on the show and the story so far.
It's not done yet.
It's not done. That's what people are for. People can make the Wikia. I'm not making the Wikia.
Oh, right.
I just made the initial page and people can go crazy. So there is now a Roll4It Wikia, which has like a list of all the shows and stuff. And the idea is eventually it will be full up of like, oh, this is what happened so far in this plotline, and you'll like, click on the character and be like, I want to find out more about this character, and it'll be like, Gato was once a shadow, blah 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 blah, and it'll have like the backstory, and then you can click on different NPCs and see what's happened with them, and like, I thought it'd be a cool idea. So that's on the subreddit right now. There's a link to it, and if you want to go help fill that in, that'd be great, because I know some people have done like a load of work putting in like a long list of what happened so far into a page, and I thought this might be a better way of keeping track of all the different series. So yeah, if you want to go help fill that out, great. If you want to find out what's happened yet, don't go check that out just yet. Probably by the end of the show, knowing our fans, then it'll be done. Is there anything I've missed?
I want to like share my notes with you. You'd probably be like, "What?"
You've got like what 2 pages of notes now?
Oh no, it's more than 2 pages.
Oh,
Let me
dear.
go to the bottom. How many pages? 9 pages.
It's good to keep
Man.
notes.
You see, you just making us all look bad with your work ethic
I'm also
right now.
like, but I'm a super organized person. So like, I have the log, and then I have the week, and then the date, and then all the notes in those, and then I have like other thing like Sims and background stories for the Sims and background story for like my character and like all of your guys' characters, and then reminders of things for like Matrix, Lifestyle, the 10 organizations, and so on and so forth. And then I have like a section that's for just inspiration. It's a
Nice.
mess. This is the mind of me personally. I'm just too OCD, I think.
I've just got like random scrollings through a notebook. It's like every 10
Oh, that's
pages.
even
I need
better.
to-
Like handwritten.
Yeah, but it's like I'm
I've
going
just
through
got
notes of like this is random. This is a shopping list here. I'm just trying to find my Shadowrun stuff.
Not showing you that.
Bentham's like, what's the next gear I'm gonna get? I want this. I need to save up this much money.
True story.
I get to save up
Um,
much. My house is
he's
very
a-
expensive.
He's a thief. What
Oh,
kind of
that's
thief
true.
saves up money?
You know what you need, Bentham? In your house, you have to have like secret compartments and doorways and stuff. You need to build that shit out. So you can
That'd
like
be cool.
hit buttons and like random doors open.
As soon as that
and,
happens,
like,
I promise you, the house will get firebombed.
no.
will just
Just
happen.
before that, like the
Don't
first time
tell
Gato
EE.
walks in, he'll just like hack into it and open all the compartments.
I would at least
He'll ruin
try.
everything.
I would fail, but I would try.
I'll hook you up with some extra security.
I thought it might be good today to go around each person and just do a brief introduction to your character and what metatype and what sort of role you do, just so that people can get to grips if they're new to the episodes or whatever. So we'll start with Shen. What character are you? What do you do?
Well, hi. My name is Oscar Romero. Go by Gato Alto or Tallcat in the Shadowrunning universe. What do I do? I'm primarily a rigger, but also a driver. My rigging is kind of something that I'm getting into because it is very expensive. And believe it or not, I can't afford all the fun things just yet. I do have, some walker drones. I have some flying drones, and I have some, what else do I have? The little bug ones that imitate bugs and shit. And I got that big spy drone up in there. Yeah, that's what I like to do. That's my thing. That's my jam.
Cool. Bentham.
My character is called Deadbolt. He looks human, but he's an elf, and he is the stealth breaking and entering expert. He's very good at sneaking into somewhere and then hopefully getting out again without being spotted, and maybe also taking various expensive things with him. And he has loads of
He's-
fancy gear, that sort of
He's
thing.
super good at getting in and out. It's the not taking bullets to the forehead part.
Yeah, he gets shot in the
Yeah.
face a lot. That is.
What
it's
about
something he's trying
not
to work
falling
on.
into horrible muck?
That wasn't even his fault, mostly.
In
Well, he did
fairness,
it.
he did close his eyes and follow Jace's instructions.
It's basically it's like it was one of those trust falls where the phone rings and they turn around and you just hit the ground.
I'm sorry.
The other
I rolled
alternative,
so bad last week. Last week was like a train wreck for Jade. Just like bleeding
yet-
from the ears.
A train wreck,
and
more like a
yet-
plane crash.
Oh, but a bump. So good.
and yet
Deadbolt's
none
also
of
the
your
only
rolls
guy
had
who-
any and none of your rolls had any effect on us crashing in a plane.
Deadbolt's also the only guy who can actually pull the thing on a parachute and not just crash into the sea.
Oh, that's so true. Splat.
Yeah, I'm Splattercat. I play Edmund. Well, Doctor. I've got a THD. Doctor Edmund Campbell. He's a fancy man. He's the party mage, and then in addition, he's also a Catholic
Wait.
priest. Weirdly enough, although we haven't gotten to that part of the storyline yet to explain what's going on there.
Wait, are you saying he's a party mage? Because that sounds baller.
A party
I'd be
mage
down
be
with a
sick.
party mage.
He just specializes in the entertainment spell. That's all that he does. He just like snaps his fingers and like a beat drops, and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's a spell. It's called entertainment. It's from fourth edition."
And then Deadbolt just goes around picking pockets while they're dancing. There you go.
Perfect.
Oh, we found our new racket. We don't need to be Shadowrunners anymore. I'll just show up in crowded places and be like, entertainment spell. I'll be like that guy in Ong Bak who's like, music, and it just like drops from the sky, and then everybody fights.
I'm pretty sure that's what
I am
happens
a
when you play like
DJ.
low-level Shadowrun. There we go.
We have a DJ. You don't even need my entertainment spell anymore because we have a DJ.
You can just do the fireworks.
You can entertain them in other ways. You know how like you have a DJ up there with the stand making the music, but you have like the dancers and stuff. You go like elemental spirit dancers and shit.
I thought for a moment it would be Tag doing the dancing. I was like, Tag doing the...
Elemental spirits, I summon you from beyond
Yeah.
to twerk it. Go!
That is how you get on the spirits' bad side. That is how you get the bad astral reputation where the spirits want to kill you. You command them to come here.
Spirits need some relaxation too, man. Maybe they want to party. No one ever asks them to come party. They always ask them to
Party
do things
spirit.
for them.
Yeah, you show up and you're like, hey, spirits, what's going on? Yeah, grab a beer. Get out there on the dance floor. And they're like, this is different. I thought I was going to be getting shot at. I'm like, no. Get on the dance floor, Bolt. Let's go.
Oh, God.
Can we make this happen? Tag, we gotta make this happen at some point.
We'll do this episode. We'll do it this episode.
This is going to be like the DLC. Like, you know, Mass Effect 3 has the Citadel DLC where you just have a party after it. This is our DLC. After the big season is over, we'll just have a party. We'll get in, like, Deadbolt's hot tub. Tag will get some, like, dancing spirits. It'd be amazing. I mean, you haven't lived until you've seen, like, a Force 9 water spirit dancing.
Sure. Absolutely.
Maggie, what's your character?
A big owl said that there's a seducer mentor spirit.
There is.
That could be interesting. You could do something with that. I'm Maggie, aka Margaret Crone, aka I play J4D3. Her name is also Hazel Williams, but you guys haven't figured that one out yet. She goes by a couple other names as well, and I think you guys may have learned of Saber, which is 54B3R earlier on. But I'm basically, I look like an elf. That's all I'll say. And she kind of looks like this. She has like a little bit of a crazy tattoo on her face. If you get to know her a little bit more, you might find out that's because she had some surgery. And she's got some cybernetic stuff going on. I don't know what else I could talk about other than, I guess she just carries a lot of like decker equipment on her because I'm a decker. And she doesn't really live a crazy lifestyle like Bentham's character over there. She kind of just goes from place to place, and most of her money she just puts into like working on upgrades. Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
So, last time, the team got hired to do a pretty simple job. Watch a handoff of some orichalcum, managed to confirm the orichalcum was there, orichalcum being a very powerful magical reagent that is incredibly expensive. They surprisingly did a fairly good job. They managed to confirm within a good deal of certainty that that was indeed orichalcum. They watched the handoff, they got some good video, they managed to record audio as well from a nicely placed drone. Deadbolt managed to get pretty close and in fact managed to, just as the van was taking off, run past it and managed to get a slap patch straight onto it, which is a tag which will be able to trace it. Yeah, it was super stealthy and everything.
The run itself went really well. We were just a train wreck in other ways.
It was for Shadowrun standards, it was a solid run. It went perfectly fine, but in terms of the little things, you know,
The little things like the plane crashing.
Those critical fails, man.
Yeah.
Those critical fails.
Well, for a start, we found out that Gatto had a lovely stealth flying like observation drone that didn't have any way of seeing at night, which was a problem.
It doesn't have much room.
We gotta get some upgrades for you, Shen.
It's
I just need some
as a
money.
rigger.
We'll get there.
Deadbolt couldn't find his way back from this polluted magical area. Trusted in Jade to guide him back. He closed his eyes, and he started walking, and Jade walked him
And
straight
everything
into
turned out fine.
Yeah.
Happy ending.
Yeah, it totally didn't ruin his chameleon suit by falling into a puddle of some sort of weird goo. Nonetheless, they managed to get out of there. They got back to their contact. Their contact paid up and was about to open a bottle of champagne that Tag went, wait, that wasn't there before. At which point it exploded, injuring him incredibly badly, injuring a few of the party members. Deadbolt was actually still in the shower at this point, and he just comes running out of his boxers. Like one leg in his trousers, like, what the hell's going on? The plane starts swerving out of control and going to a flat spin.
I thought he was naked. I thought we agreed that he was naked.
No, I think we said that he just about got his boxers on, and
Oh,
that's why he
okay.
came running out.
Because I was imagining when Jade and him looked at each other and we're like, it was more awkward. That's
Am I
less
getting it
awkward.
wrong? Like, Deadbolt, what stage of undress were you in? You're muted again. I'm glad we've got that out of the way.
Been a while as well.
Yep.
I've said a few things.
Have you?
I'm
Oh,
tired
God.
today.
What state
It's because I
of
was
undress?
coughing earlier. I think I was in boxes.
Okay,
Still.
yeah,
I
so-
think we'd established that.
But yeah, so you managed to just about bail out of the plane. No one's chute opened except the deadbolts. Tag didn't need a chute because Tag was like, I can levitate, along with all the kit bags, which was helpful. They jumped down into one of the dinghies. Jade and Gato both hit the water. Jade went unconscious, but Tag just levitated her into the boat. Gato and Deadbolt followed suit. They actually managed to, with a pretty good amount of medicine, save Charles Kane, who is on the verge of death, but he will not die like instantly like he probably should. He does have a pretty big hole, roughly where his hip should be, and his leg is hanging off by a bit of sinew. So, not a good state.
It's okay. I had some Scotch tape. He's fine. Good to go.
Probably how that works. With that, Tag went astral form and had a look around. Saw a little patrol boat coming nearby. Seemed to be some sort of navy vessel, maybe. He was about to say hello when he was like, wait a minute. They're looking around with a gun and planning to shoot something. At which point they let rip on a corpse nearby from one of the pilots with a heavy machine gun up front. Tag rushed back, turned the boat invisible. Admittedly, the people on it weren't, but it decreased its profile a lot. And after they had left, summoned a spirit in the form of a spirit whale to basically give them the movement power and give them a bit of a push towards land. We join them as they just have made landfall at the edge of what appears to be roughly Yorkshire, so a little bit north of London.
Yorkshire?
That's close enough. And with that, your spirit animal. Did you have one task? How many tasks? I think you had 2 tasks on Spirit Whale, didn't you?
Yeah, I think he had 2 or 3. You can actually probably look up the roll. It's probably still there.
Yeah.
I don't remember what his
did
resist roll was.
Yeah, if the resist roll isn't up there, I think it was 2. I'm pretty certain you had more than 1, but it wasn't many. I think it's 2. So with that, the Spirit Whale nudges you ashore. This giant dinghy just goes out of the ocean, just onto the edge of the sort of... At one point, this was probably sand and probably looked fairly nice, and although it's dark right now, certainly those of you with dark vision can see that it is kind of a greyish black, and there are bits of gunk in places which probably are some sort of half-dissolved plastic. There's a few corpses of like,
actually
little
only
birds and
had-
stuff that have tied up.
I only had 1 service. I got 2
Oh.
hits, and the spirit got 1 hit.
Oh,
and so
okay.
when he's done, I just want to. When he's done, I thank him for his service, and I wish him a safe journey back to the other realm.
It sounds like a cow.
I know, I was
It's
trying
a
to do
cow.
whale.
There's a whales do that like that.
You gotta-
thing.
You gotta watch
That's
Dory
dolphins.
again, then you'll know.
Whale. It doesn't do that. And with that, the whale flies off upwards and disappears.
Like, I'm like itching, like scratching myself like this. Right. And I don't know, you guys can probably see like parts of like her neck and her skin right here is all like kind of getting a rash.
I'm gonna call my van. I want that van to show up at some point.
Okay.
So hopefully it's on the way.
Yeah, so you call the van quite easily. You just set it to grid guide, and it powers up and starts driving through midnight traffic in London, which is very light. So it should only take about 3 hours to get there. Maybe a little bit less, maybe 2.5. But you are currently on a beach at night. It's not a nice beach, but you're just going to wait for the van?
No. Can we see anything around? Like, are there any other people? Are there any structures?
Make perception checks. Those of you without low light vision, you'll be at a -3. Those of you with low light vision will be at -1.
Okay.
Let me check and see what my sunglasses have on them real fast. I don't recall if I put low light amplification on them.
1 success.
Okay.
This is definitely a beach. You can see the odd corpse here or there of like a bird that's got caught up in the gunk, like partially decomposed.
So you said that what was the minus for?
-3 if you don't have low light. If you have low light, it changes it up 1, so you get just -1.
Oh, I rolled wrong then. I rolled without any negatives.
Yeah, you need
Are
to
we
be
do
one
it?
then. Yeah.
Wow,
Tag.
not a
Minus.
terrible roll.
2 successes. You see there's a lot of gunk around. You see that in places this beach kind of goes up towards what originally was some sort of flood defense kind of big brick wall that's a little bit in disrepair right now. Big sections of it have fallen out. In one place nearby, there's actually like a big area that's just collapsed into the beach, and you can quite easily get up there if you want. Behind there seems to be a number of small buildings of some kind. Deadbolt, with 3 successes, you see all that, but you also notice that up there, those buildings seem to be some sort of small village, as far as you can tell. Like, your angle isn't great, obviously, you're on a beach and there's a flood defense, but it does seem to be some sort of small buildings of a quaint style, which you haven't seen very much of, but you do remember this being some sort of early 21st century, late 20th century village-type area. It doesn't look like it's been much updated. You still see things like telegraph poles and so on. How many did Jade get?
Looks like there's civilization in that direction.
Yeah, Jade, you got the same, so you notice the same stuff as Deadbolt.
I'm a little personally distracted though. She's like vomiting still, and she's like scratching herself. So I don't think she's like paying attention to anything right now.
Fair enough.
If there's civilization there, check it out, Deadbolt. I'm gonna have a nap.
All right, I have a look at Charles. How is he looking at the moment?
Make a medicine check. You can use first aid if you want.
Would I be able to use biology at all to assist with that?
Is it an active skill?
No, it's a knowledge skill.
Not really. You can't actively apply it. You could know stuff based on what people tell you. Deadbolt,
I rolled my
as
one
far
first
as you
aid
can
die,
tell,
and it was a 4.
he is still maybe alive, probably.
I can't remember if I healed him magically yet or not. I could do that, but I can't remember if I did it in the last episode. I gotta go through the rolls.
I don't think you did. Like, who was it who healed him so he didn't die? Was that Shen?
I think it was just a first aid check.
Who did the first aid check?
I didn't touch him.
Oh no, I did heal him. Well, I healed somebody for 5. I dropped a bomb heal on somebody.
Okay, in which case no one else would
It
have
was
taken
on me, I think.
You hadn't taken physical,
Remember?
had you?
I did. I was like knocked out, and then he healed me or something. I thought.
You were knocked out with
Chat
stun.
says it was
He gave you
Tag.
he gave you a slap patch. So yeah, if Tags healed him,
So if you give me a slap patch, does that mean I'm knocked out then?
well, you woke up and you would stay awake for an hour, and then you take stun +1, which would overflow your stun and do 1 physical damage to you, and would knock you out again after the hour. And it took an hour to get to
Okay.
shore. So you're currently still unconscious in the boat, actually thinking about it, and you're probably unconscious for another half hour until you get to make a rested roll to heal some stun
Okay.
damage.
Then yeah, I'm take away my perception check. I'm
Yes.
totally knocked out.
I
I
completely
figured I
forgot
was
about that.
pretty knocked out. That's why I'm not trying to
Yeah,
do
yeah.
anything because I was like I was pretty messed up. Yeah,
Can
so
I-
I just kind of like am knocked out, and then like I have like these gross rashes happening on my face and neck.
Chat seems to be pretty adamant that the heal was on Charles.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Deadbolt,
That makes
looking
more
at
sense.
looking at the person, all you can get from Charles is he is maybe still alive. You're not certain. You're a little bit hurt yourself, and your medicine isn't the most amazing. The wound looks like it's kind of healed over to a certain extent, but that's literally all you can tell with no success. This is blatantly obvious right in front of your face stuff.
And looking at him, I say, I think we need to get him somewhere quick.
Yeah, it might be a decent idea. Do we have comlink reception here? Like, or do we have the ability? Like, how are the satellite networks
What
looking?
ratings are your comlinks?
I have let's see here. I've got a bunch of meta links, but I thought I picked up a rating 5 and I didn't add it into here. Like, didn't
You
we
can steal
get some?
mine. Mine are R6s.
In
I
which
don't think I
case,
would know about it though. But somebody I'd mentioned, somebody could call Zod and maybe get us up out of here.
No one who's awake has reception. All of your comlinks report that they have signal, but the signal is just other comlinks. Literally your own comlinks. There's no access to the matrix here.
Then how did I call the van?
When you were further out
never
to sea,
mind.
you said you did it immediately, so I assumed you
Yeah.
could do it further out to sea. There's a few relays out there for boats, but as soon as you get nearer the
okay.
land, in this area, there's a bit more noise because of the background.
Gotcha.
Also, you couldn't use mine. Mine is a cybernetic enhancement.
So
Well.
right now, yeah, you have no reception. All your comlinks are just reporting local connections only.
So I can go over to that village, see if there's anyone there that can patch him up. What story
Yeah.
should I tell him?
Well, that's a tough one because he's very clearly been exploded. I look down at him. Uh, I'd prefer to keep this inside our network, but unfortunately, since we can't get a hold of Zod, somebody's gonna have to go to town and see if maybe the comm lines open back up there. We seem to be in some kind of dead zone. I shake my phone. Goddamn T-Mobile.
We could call it a boat accident. Engine exploded or something. We got washed up, whatever.
Sure. We don't know what. Am I able to see what sin Charles is running right now?
Yeah, his sin says Charles Kane.
Is it a corporate sin?
No, because he's currently listed as a citizen of the Scandinavian Union, working for a corporation which doesn't have citizen status because it doesn't have extraterritoriality.
Okay.
He's working for a
Well,
small
our
corporate
friend
arm.
Charles here. Okay. Our friend Charles here isn't broadcasting a corporate sin, which was all that I was worried about. They already went to all the effort to try and whack the poor bastard straight out of his own plane. I was worried he'd be broadcasting a corporate sin, so the second we take him into town, every little service or whatever in there is going to report that that's where he's at, and it won't be too long before they send some kind of strike team to finish the job. Yeah, Deadbolt, go on ahead. Call back if anything strange goes on, and I'll pop into the Astro and keep an eye on you, but for now, we'll wait for Jade to wake up and keep a low profile over here.
All right, I'll be back as soon as I can. And I set off towards the village. And at the moment, like while we were in the boat, I put on some just normal clothes, so I don't look really conspicuous in like a chameleon suit or in just boxes or whatever.
Sure. You actually put some clothes on. Since up until now, you'd been in boxes. I assumed at some point in the boat you would have put them on so you didn't freeze to death. Yeah. Are you wearing any armor? I have to ask this question because it has got you in trouble.
Line coat, I guess.
Okay, you chuck on the line coat, and are you stealthing or are you just walking in?
Just walking in.
Okay. You kind of walk in and you start just getting the feeling in this place. You don't really see anyone around, and in fact, there seems to be a lot of infrastructure here that suggests very, to you, quaint and old forms of communication and so on. Like, there are post boxes, there are, like, telegraph poles, like I previously mentioned. There's places that apparently have like rotted timber as part of the construction of the houses themselves, which is it doesn't really happen these days considering wood is a little bit more expensive. Walking around further, you see like debris, little bits of kind of rotted matter in the bottom of bins that look like it's been there for a very long period of time.
Are there any lights?
Make a perception check, -1 for you.
Right. Two.
Notice over in the distance, and as you get closer, you notice that it's actually probably about 20 meters up. There is a small light with a little searchlight in front of it, kind of peering out into the darkness, just playing off the fog a little bit. And you can hear a slight whirring.
It just seems like some sort of automatic thing. I get a bit closer and see if I can spot anything.
Okay. You're not stealthing or anything, so you're just walking a little bit closer.
Yeah.
As you get closer, a little streak comes off in the distance, and what appears to be, as you got a little bit closer, maybe a small drone explodes. And a little puff of smoke and little bits of shrapnel ping off around there. You're probably like 150 meters away.
As soon as that happens, I go diving for cover somewhere. I'm like, what, someone shooting something?
Sure, you dive for cover. Are you stealthing in cover, I assume? Make a stealth roll.
Yeah, I'll go for stealthing. So what I've just seen is a drone explode.
Yeah,
Six
six
successes.
successes, and I have negatives to see you in the dark. Gonna make a few rolls now. Yeah. Barely like 30 meters away, a little bit further up the road. You're kind of on the edge of the village by now. A couple of people in large armored suits. We're not talking like XCOM mech large. We're talking like they're people. You certainly see form in there, but you also see like lines and ribbing on the back of their armor down their limbs, indicative of pistons. The armor is fully encompassing. Like, effectively, they are like a bit bulkier version of Iron Man. One of them just walks through a hedgerow, and the entire hedgerow kind of just collapses in front of him. They look at each other. And notice that one of them has like a small rocket launcher on their back, which has 2 missiles left in it.
Are they approaching me at the moment?
They completely haven't noticed you as far as you can tell.
They're not like coming in my direction particularly.
As far as you can tell, they have not noticed you at all.
I message back to you as this is not just a quaint little village. There's some sort of mech suits being tested here. They just blew up a drone with a rocket launcher. I'm not sure if this is a good place to be.
One of
Well,
them-
hell.
Presses a button about here, and like part of the helmet just pulls forwards at the front and flips up, and he turns to the other one. Good kill. You're getting better. The other one, revealing kind of another face. You can't see the first guy because he's kind of facing away from you, but this guy, you just about see in the gloom, like a big scar running down the side of his face there. Yeah, the new suits are certainly a step up from the old ones. Right. Do we get all of them? I think so. We should head back for the night. Yeah, fair enough.
Am I able to notice any sort of like corporation markings or anything on the suits?
Make me a... Yeah, it'd be another perception roll. -1.
What do you mean it's not some little kid's hobby suit? Come on, of course. Make those when I was 6 years old.
I'm assuming it's just like heavy military.
You notice that as they walk away, on the back of each like large section, on the back, basically next to the thigh, there is a little Union Jack symbol. And down the side, it says 41st.
I message to the guys, it's the bloody British Army or something.
So for us,
Or a fan group or something weird. I don't know who could afford this sort of thing.
so for us Americans, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I know in some areas of the states, you definitely don't want to run into the military.
What would I know about it? How do armies work nowadays when corporations have their own like private armies and stuff?
They're kind of... It's a hard one to guess. Like, if you've walked into the wrong area, it's possible you might just get disappeared. Otherwise, generally, you'd be interrogated, there'd be a long process, but they'd probably just be like, just get out of here. But you don't want a long process, so it's down to you. Also, people in chat who are saying it's the Union flag, not the Union Jack. It was called the Union flag originally, but it was then renamed the Union Jack in subsequent legislation, so actually both are correct.
A message, there's a chance that these guys might help us, but it might also go in a less good way.
Yeah.
I mean, I doubt they probably won't kill us, but they might research us, which is the last thing we want right now.
I look around inside the raft. Does it have any kind of flare?
Yeah, it would have a... it probably has 3 flares that are mounted to the inside, so they can't get washed away, which can be detached if you want.
Deadbolt, if you head back, I think I got an idea. If you let me take the lead, it's possible that we could just play this for what it is. We had a shipwreck and we're here on accident. If we fire a flare from the shore and we all do our best to look as innocent as possible, we may be able to pass ourselves off as August employees, especially considering we have one of their prominent executives with us.
As long as we can get out of there quick enough after the news has a chance to get anywhere.
He's not currently running anything that seems to indicate he's an Argus employee, by the way. And the jet was
Okay.
leased out of a small company based in Scandinavian Union as well.
Do I have any of the flight information from that? Do we have any identifying call numbers or anything like that? Because it should be verified from a tower somewhere that there was a mayday and that the plane went down.
As far as you're aware, I don't believe you actually have any. You don't have a flight number or anything.
Do we have the name of the airfield that we left from?
Yeah, you left from one of the private ones at Heathrow. So you could say you left from Heathrow, you went to a certain one in Denmark, and then you went from Denmark back. You'd be able to identify that much.
Okay.
Jade, if you want to roll me, I think it's body plus willpower.
Okay. Body plus willpower. So my body is 3 and my willpower is 6. So 9. Just roll.
Yeah.
96.
So you heal 2 stun damage, I believe.
Okay.
2 hits there.
Do you only heal stun if you're unconscious like that?
You have to be resting, doing barely anything, which does include the unconsciousness period, which is why you wake up from unconsciousness. You only heal physical per day, and that's very much dependent on the circumstances you're in. But yes, you have to be basically doing nothing, effectively.
Well, I'm doing nothing. Can I heal a little stun, maybe?
Sure, go for it.
Wow.
How many do I get? Did you say?
You got 2
Did you say
back.
3? 2 back. Okay.
Yeah, you got
so,
2 5s on your test.
So I'm 9. Now I'm 8.
I've increased my charisma by 6, apparently. I just had a banner roll.
Very nice.
Damn.
So I'm still knocked out though, right?
If you were... Because your stun only overflows into physical, you now have not a full stun track, you wake up.
Oh, I took a physical damage.
Yeah, you still wake up. You're still physically injured, but you are now conscious if you want to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'd like to be semi-conscious. I guess
Yeah.
I wake up, I'm like, and I'm
Hey.
like, are we still in the boat?
Yeah, you are.
I throw up again outside of the boat.
Well, back to the land of the living, I suppose. Jade, you all right?
What happened?
Flight troubles. It appears as though somebody didn't want us making it back to the mainland with the information we had gathered.
I'm
I'm
looking
stealthing my
around,
way back at the
and I
moment.
guess I see what I saw before, right? Or do I need to roll a perception check?
Yeah, you see exactly what you saw before. We'll just delay the roll, effectively.
Okay.
Question, EE, do you include wounds when you're rolling to heal stun?
No. Heal pulls and soak rolls don't involve the wound modifier, no.
So I guess, can I like
Ooh.
screenshot what I'm seeing and kind of like try to match up where we are, like Google image search kind of
Sure.
style thing?
Yeah, you've connection to the
Okay.
matrix, so you can do effectively like a reverse image search. Yeah, Oski, you spend a little bit of time having just a little rest on the edge of the boat, and you get 6 stun back.
That's
You
so
had a
nice.
snack. You found a Cliff Bar in one of the bags, and you're just like, oh, that's going to hit the spot.
2 successes. You're not really sure. It's a British seaside village of some kind, probably. You can make an extended test if you want, and you can just drop a die and do the extended test formula if you want.
Okay. So that would be how many matrix search? 2.
Wow.
Yeah, so you run out of dice, you didn't get any glitches, 26 hits, plus the 2, you get 28 hits. You know exactly where you are. This is a small seaside village just south of Scarborough. Basically, this entire area went off limits quite a while ago after the Black Tide, because the entire area went kind of polluted and horrible, and generally not great. Also, North England does tend to have a much higher background magic count. After a certain amount of time, certain areas of this were cleaned up, and because no one was living there, and it was a good place to practice urban warfare, the army basically took over a few of them. No one really wanted to move back. So the army basically turned them into urban warfare practice areas. So as Deadbolt, as you're noticing as you're coming back, and you can spend a little bit more time, you know what to look for, you will notice that some of these houses have very obvious large bullet holes in the side of them. There's a couple where it looks like something is smashed through. You even notice that one house has what looks like a tank has just driven through the back of it.
Message back. Yeah, this has to be some sort of military testing ground.
As I'm waking up, Debol's right. It's sorry. She's kind of like disorientated. It was abandoned, and now the army has taken over, and they've been using it for research, warfare research. We need to get out of here.
Yeah, so that leaves us with two options. We can either hop back on the boat, and since we now have a geotag, I look at the map on my phone that she's linked. We can either try to navigate our way back, although this dinghy ain't really seaworthy. All we're waiting for is one storm or one swell to come up, and we'll be all in drink. Or we can take our chances here on the island. I can't say I like either option very much.
Did you see any vehicles, Bolt? Possibly one that might be fixable. Maybe Shen can help us and we can drive our own way out.
No one knows who Shen is.
Oh, sorry.
In
the future, no one knows who Shen is. Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's
Did I spot any vehicles?
You did. You spotted quite a few. You would know what they are. Unfortunately, hydrocarbon combustion fuel hasn't really been used, at least in commercial vehicles, for quite some time, and most of these vehicles look like, well, all the tires have kind of collapsed, and they look very, very rusty, and a few of them look like maybe someone has stood on them with something very heavy.
I mean, there's a couple of old things about, but I don't know if anything's rescuable at this stage.
Does anybody have any navigation survival skills?
Gatto, your van is 1 hour out.
Would I be aware of that since we don't have any signal link? I mean, I assume I could have a timer or something.
Well, now Jade is awake. Her comlink will have rebooted with her, and technically you can piggyback the signal there, and Jade's comlink is a rating 6 and can actually get outside the area.
But a rating 5 can't? Damn.
Literally, the threshold I put was 6, because not only is this area off the grid, but there is also a slight jamming field on top, which luckily Jade does have a noise reduction software for.
Unfortunately, I don't want to. I actually don't have. I just looked at my cybernetics, and my comlink is only a 2.
Your 1 in your cybernetics is a 2, in which case, even with the noise reduction, yeah, you cannot do that. It somehow you managed to punch through the jamming just enough to be able to find out the location magically, but yeah, your comlink is something like, actually, no signal.
Yeah, I was like, actually, I lie.
Yeah,
I was
unfortunately,
looking
there
it up.
seems to be a rating 6 noise around here, and it is preventing all of you from contacting anywhere.
My headphone is rating 6, though.
That unfortunately does have no effect on your comlink, though.
Yeah.
Would the proximity of the van allow communication at some point as it gets closer?
Not really. But Jade, your deck is strong enough, I think. Yeah, your deck actually can punch through the jamming, especially when you're running the noise program. So your deck can still get contact with the internet. So yes, all of you have matrix access through Jade's deck.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Is there any obvious indicator, hopefully from Jade and also from, is there any obvious indicator about where these military operations end, like how far we'd have to move to get out of the range of them?
Can I do like a topography type of thing where I'm like looking to see where their range is spread or something?
Yeah, quite easily. You notice that it's basically about 12 miles south of here is effectively the exclusion zone, and then there's a last, do not go beyond this point, this is effectively your life is forfeit. That's about 4 miles south of here.
I
So we're in
basically
the
share
death
with you guys
zone.
that map.
Oh, yeah, they test artillery around here occasionally.
Then,
Fantastic.
Once I'm aware of this, I say, don't switch any lights on. They might think that we're here for target practice.
I think we need to get this raft a little further down the coast.
It's not a bad idea. I can try to help.
I can have the van pick us up outside the exclusion zone, but I'm not going to drive that thing into here. They'll blow it up.
Sure. I levitate Charles because I don't think we have anybody that's strong enough to pick him up in our group. Everybody in our group's kind of pasty.
Bentham can. Bentham's
You
actually
call me
pretty strong.
pasty?
Oh, sorry, Deadbolt.
Oh, I didn't know Bentham had strength. I thought nobody in our group had like
Deadbolt
a
is
piece
strong
of
because
strength.
you need your physical limit up to sneak.
Oh, okay.
And
I think
Gatto's
Deadbolt is like
actually
the
strong as well.
strongest. Isn't Bolt like the strongest?
I'm
Or is
at
Gato?
No,
5 strength.
it depends which stat you're talking about, E, because my body stat's high, but my strength stat's low.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was like, I
My
thought
strength is 5.
Bolt was the best.
Oh, well, seeing the rippling muscles on our rogue, then I say, Deadbolt, you want to help Charles along here? Be careful with him, though. He looks like he's a little bit from expiration.
How's he doing? Can I go over and kind of do a quick check on him as well?
Sure.
I know I
Make
checked on him last time.
Medicine or first aid roll, whichever you want. A medicine will generally tell you a little bit more at this stage.
A
First aid
medicine?
is, if you got medicine, that'd be better. First aid is okay.
My worry is, should I not do it, guys? Because I could make it worse.
No, nobody even knows what's wrong with him, so anything's good.
All right. We'll try it. Can I use an edge?
Sure, if you pre-edge, you'll get +3, and you'll get to re-roll all your 6s again.
Okay, I'll do...
Exploding 6s.
So 2
That's
hits,
been the
and
most
one of them
exciting
is a
thing.
6, I believe. Yes, one of them is
Yes,
6, so you
I'll-
can roll another die.
One's a 6. I can roll one more die?
Yeah. Okay, so with 2 hits, you notice that he was basically saved by the fact that he was magically healed. Now, from what little you know about healing, generally you want to do as much healing as you can, like your first aid, and then you want to magically heal, because a magical heal will just knit the flesh together. And if the flesh is in the wrong place when it's together, cool, it might make someone live for a little while, but you will end up with blood not going to the right places because veins have been cut off, arteries have been just healed over, and it looks like his stump, pelvis, leg area, it was kind of high up where it got broken off, is just a complete blob of where flesh has gone over the edge of bone, and the bone has begun to heal around the edge. And although it's definitely saved him in the short term, and he's alive, which is very surprising considering his wounds, there definitely seems to be blood sort of pooling in certain areas in that bone, and it seems to be a little bit squidgy in the way that it probably shouldn't be. It's a mess. It's quite a surprise that he's still alive. Putting it quite simply.
Well, it looks like whatever you did, Gato, or not Gato, Tag, it's keeping him alive, but we need to get him help.
All right, well, the 4-mile walk ain't too bad. We said 4 kilometers or 4 miles?
4 miles.
4-mile walk ain't too bad. We should be able to make that in an hour or so if we move at a decent clip. Let's get moving. And with that, I pick up one of the gear bags and I start walking.
I'll help carry whatever I can. I'm not very strong, but
Is there
I'm
any way
carrying Charles.
is there any way to deflate the raft?
Yeah, it's just basically an inflatable raft. I mean, it's made of some pretty tough material, but sure. What have you got you want to deflate it with?
What do I want to deflate it with? I don't know. I don't have any tools with me. I just want us to get off the beach, damn it. I want it because it comes in a small package, right? It comes in a box, and then it unfolds.
It comes basically in
this
like a
big
barrel. The
explosion.
barrel hits water. The the switch that detects moisture goes and.
we
Well, we
can
won't be
try
able
to
to do it
deflate
that-
it. It'd probably take like 10 minutes to deflate it, though.
Seeing them all puzzling with the raft, I recall that I needed to erase my... If we're trying to hide the fact that we were here, I got to go back and erase my magical signature because I cast that rating 6 spell. So I go back and I spend whatever it is, like 30 seconds. I think it's the amount of turns equal to the force of the spell, erasing my signature.
Yeah. Okay. So as you do that, you're switched into astrally perceiving, so that you can see the kind of blob that you've left in the astral space that looks very much like you, as effectively your flavor in the astral world. And you start diminishing that. You notice that the background count around here is, 2 or 3. It's not great, especially on the beach. You notice in the distance a little watcher spirit.
Oh, hell.
Oh no.
And that dice is cocked because it went on the floor.
I say to everybody, spirit sauce. If I kill it, it'll make us look a little malicious. I'm gonna let it go.
It slows down and it starts curiously looking towards the beach. Like it tilts its side. It's just a little ball, right? With like little thin fingers at the side. And it kind of tilts itself curiously and gives a sort of, that's puzzling expression. It starts inching closer ever so slowly.
So what does that mean? I'm like helping deflate the
Well,
thing.
if it sees us, it means that whoever controls the spirit will know that we're here. It'll tell them. If I kill it, the owner will know that I killed it, and it makes us look bad. As of right now, we have plausible deniability given the evidence that's here. However, if I murder the damn thing, there's a chance we won't be seen, but they'll know something out here killed it, and they'll know roughly where it got killed.
Is there any way to figure out or message the person who sent it?
No, not really.
Any way to block it?
Nah, unfortunately not. It's kind of an all or nothing gamble. We either kill it or we don't kill it.
Is it sponsored us properly?
Take your best judgment on that.
No
may
one has
just
an idea
not.
apart from Tag because it's currently in the astral. So all you know is Tag's told you this. Gatto, Deadbolt, you were kind of preparing Kane to move. Jade, you were just, I don't know, washing like the little bit of spit you've still got on your lip, just get off your chin.
Well, I go through the gear, kind of side-eyeing it. And I'm gonna put my vestments back on so that I look like a priest again, essentially. And then from there, I tell everyone, my best recommendation is that we just let it see us.
At this point, Tag, it accelerates, but it turns a little bit away from you and just completely, apparently passing within about 50 meters of your group, flies out a little bit over the sea and then starts flying around something probably about a good deal out, like maybe 500 meters out.
Something tell me the spirit ain't the brightest one in the bunch. We may have just lucked out. I kiss a rosary as I'm putting all my stuff back on. We need to leave right now, though, because it appears to have just passed right over us.
Oh man,
Alright, let's
all the
get moving.
ones.
That'd be a glitch.
And
Okay.
so I set off to the south, towards the.
Are
edge
we
of the
done
exclusion zone.
like deflating the
Yeah, I wanted-
at least a couple
wanted
of them
to-
or anything?
I want to deflate the raft as much as possible and just see if we can find some trees or shrubs or whatever to hide it next to or under.
Have you got any way of actually deflating the raft, like anything stabby?
Anything stabby? Oh, that's what you meant. Like, do we have any knives?
Yeah, because life rafts are intentionally hard to actually deflate.
And check my equipment. Maybe I've got
I
something
have
pointy.
a hardware toolkit. Could I maybe? I have a bunch of those actually.
What about a
maybe use something
monofilament
from that?
chainsaw?
A
That would be
chainsaw?
stabby, yeah.
Did you actually
Loud.
bring that with you? Like that isn't a small thing.
Well, I
That's
don't know
like,
how. Oh, if that's a huge thing, then I wouldn't have packed it. I wasn't sure if it was like some really tiny,
No,
like.
no. It's like this big. It's designed for cutting
Okay,
through
maybe not
doors.
then. In that case, I didn't bring the
Just
chainsaw.
busts out his chainsaw.
That guy's got this.
I don't see
I
the
guess it
problem
could be one
with
of those
bringing a
other
chainsaw.
chainsaws that are like the small ones. It's true. Or it wouldn't be a chainsaw then, it would just be like a saw. But chainsaw is a little intense. Yeah, could I use like something from my hardware toolkit? I'd
Like a
assume
screwdriver and just
like
stab
a
it.
screwdriver, yeah, something pointy.
Okay, make me a.
I'll hand it over. I'm not gonna roll
Okay.
it. I'll hand it to Bolt.
Okay, Deadbolt, make me an unarmed attack against a stationary object.
Right.
I basically fiddle in my bag and I'm like, maybe you could try this.
You have a fiddle in your bag?
How do you do an unarmed attack?
So
Wait,
it would
I
just
have
be,
that, actually.
it's an improvised weapon. I guess it would count as a blade. Do you have blades?
As a skill, I don't think
It's a
particularly.
stabby weapon. Okay, if you don't have it as a skill, you'll need to make a blades, which will be a default, and then you'll need a +3 because you get to aim, because it's not in combat time. You can up to +3 in an aim. So if you could roll
Wait,
that.
so
I
you,
like how it's possible to miss.
I don't
No, it
have
just
blades as a
bounces off
skill,
of
but I
it,
do
'cause
have.
You don't get the angle right.
I am
you know?
decent at it. So, did you say do a blades roll?
Blades at +3,
Blades at +3. That will work.
because you'll be able to aim for the maximum.
Critical glitch. You stab yourself.
No,
Oh
no,
my
critical
God.
glitch. He tries to stab it. He goes to the wrong angle and stabs his leg. Like, that is literally what it will be. 3 successes. Yep, you hit it. So if you want to roll, effectively the damage will be your strength. Probably just your strength. What's your strength?
Yeah, I forget what the
Strength is
improvised
5.
weapon thing is for Shadowrun.
I mean, it's a hardware toolkit. Like, this isn't a proper screwdriver. This is like a small one. Like, it's not even that big a screwdriver. It's designed for like fixing like cyberdecks and stuff.
1.
No, you don't need to roll your strength. It just does your strength plus your net hits.
Oh,
So it's
just
a strength
5, right?
5 plus 3, so that's 8. I would say it probably doesn't have any pen. And you just stab it, and this one section just goes...
I'm watching amused,
Well, that did it.
like looking over my shoulder, holding a duffel bag.
It'll probably take you like another 2 minutes to go through all the sections and make sure they equally hold. They did put a little bit of resistance, but apparently that is enough to puncture it.
I guess I
Roll,
carry on
Deadbolt.
round.
Okay. Just roll me like 3 attacks. Just really quick.
So they're all blades +3. Is there any button that is like do the same roll again? Because that would make this quicker.
Yeah, you're fine. You puncture it again. That's another side down. You puncture it again. That's another side down. 5 hits. Yeah, that side is down. And now
Another
5 hits.
5.
You do a very good job. The entire, like, you go through several sections with each swing, like, doof, doof, doof. Starts to collapse a little bit. Like, it's not managing to deflate great. It's quite a large object, and there are certain sections to it to try and avoid this happening. But you do manage to make it a lot smaller profile. I mean, it is a bright orange and yellow life raft, but it is certainly a lot less conspicuous now, having been deflated, and I assume you smashed all the little lights attached to it. However, after doing the last section, you pull up the screwdriver. It's bent to the side.
Well, at least I have 3 more of those.
Small
I just
price
sort
to
of
pay if we
Hand it
can
back.
get out of here unnoticed.
You can hand it back to me. I'm like, I look at it, I'm like, I don't know.
I'm
put
just
it back
busy
in the bag.
folding up as much of the raft as possible, as best as I can, trying to find a
dice
place to
button
hide
on
it
the
on the
side
beach.
has your last few rolls, apparently.
Dice button has
So
rolls.
if that one's broken, does that mean like I basically don't have that full kit?
Effectively, until you get back home and can get another screwdriver, which I won't make you pay for because it's really cheap for a single screwdriver, you'd be like a -1 or something on a hardware test when using the kit.
I have 4. I got 4 kits.
Then you're completely fine.
Okay.
There's no problem.
I never wanted to. I knew something like this was gonna happen.
So yeah, you grab Charles Kane, and you're going to try and... Are you stretching him, or are you just one person grabbing him?
As far as I know, he's just flung over Deadbolt's shoulder or something. How
That
do you
is a
handle
very medically sound way to carry someone.
We could use the deflated raft as a
this?
stretcher.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a pretty large raft. Like, it was designed to take maybe 12 people. So
You could fold it. I mean,
Shape-wise, I don't know, maybe.
it would take you a while to build a raft out of it, because you'd have to like push all the air out of the certain pockets and fold it over and make it, and it would still be bright orange and yellow.
Is anyone else like offering to carry it as well as me? Because if there's 2 of us, then we'll do like either end.
I
I
can
can
help
try,
you when I'm
but-
done with the raft.
was
Hopefully the
that,
raft
Gato?
won't take us too long. I said I can help you when we're done with the raft.
Okay. For the moment, I guess I'll kind of try carrying him like that and see if that works.
Sure.
Seems like slightly more healthy than any other option.
Or you can just wait until Gato's done bearing the raft, and then when he's done bearing the raft, we can.
Okay, so Gatto,
go.
you
I thought
just
we were on
quickly
the
like
move for that
shovel
anyway,
some,
just to find
you shoveling
somewhere to
some
put it.
sand over it just to try and hide its color.
Yeah, if there's no good spot, like no
Yeah.
good trees or anything, then yeah, we'll just shovel it
No,
over.
you can. Yeah, there's not really any trees, but yeah, you can definitely just grab some of the gooey sand and just lob it on top.
Done.
It takes you like 5 minutes. It's quite a large raft, but then again, you know, you've not got any digging implements, but it's not particularly hard to do. It's not a great job, but it'll certainly make it hard to see. At this point, you can kind of join it.
I
with
put my
Deadbolt.
blood and sweat and tears into that job. Don't tell me it wasn't a great job.
Deadbolt, I will need you to roll your body, and Gatto, I'll need you to roll your body with a +3.
Sure. I just rolled 3 dice and got 3 sixes.
You
I'll
are
take
feeling
that.
a lot better. Like, that shower you had on the plane really got that goo out of your system from last episode. And yeah,
2
Oscar,
success.
Gatto, you're feeling fine. So if you would give me a strength plus agility deadbolt, I think your strength and agility is higher, and you can get a +1 for Gatto helping you.
A
And plus
+1.
agility.
Well, it would be a massive negative if he wasn't being helped, so it's very hard to carry one person like that for a while.
There is actually a carry lift attribute roll.
Yeah, I didn't want to go with that because that's mostly about just deadlifting, whereas you're trying to lift and
Okay.
keep steady over a walking period, and walking is based on agility, so I was trying to pull
But
it off.
you've never trained to be a firefighter, EE? They do that shit all day.
Three.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult in the dark, but you managed to keep him roughly steady as you kind of, between the two of you, manhandle him as you start making your way out of town. With that, you try and leave the village down one of the nearby roads. If you could all make me perception checks. Remember your low light penalties. If you've got low light vision, it's -1, otherwise it's -3.
Wow. No success.
I got 2.
I got
Okay.
2.
And you try and do this sneakily, so it'll also require a stealth roll from everyone. Deadbolt and Gatto, you are both at a -2 to your roll because you're kind of laden, can't really sneak and hide in bushes very easily.
No success. Well, at least one of us is sneaky.
The one person who should be sneaky.
Okay.
I'm like, wow, there's these 3 people walking along, and one of them's holding a person, and they're magically floating on the other side.
So, Deadbolt and Jade, you are probably about 400 meters out of the village by now, and you hear a sound of metal clanking on metal, and the sound of earth being pushed up. This kind of weird screeching sound of some sort of metal being pushed over something at a high speed.
Do you hear that?
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Sounds like maybe a tank.
Yeah, it might be. I think it's coming this way.
It's
We're
getting
on a
little
road right
louder.
now, aren't we?
Is there
Yeah.
anything around that we could use for cover?
Yeah, like there's hedgerows to either side that have been overgrown and not tended to. Yeah, you can quite easily jump into those if you want.
Hedge it is.
Yeah, I look at Bolt and I'm like, these bushes maybe?
Probably best.
You jump into the hedgerows.
All right. Yeah. We're gonna try to finagle everything in there. I'm gonna actually help
Gingerly
them.
get Charles
with that
into the
also.
hedgerow.
Okay, and with that, if you make me another stealth roll, I will make a few rolls myself.
Still -2.
No, because you will put him down when you get in the hedgerow, so it will be your normal stealth roll.
Hey, that's better.
Nice, dude. I did not do so well.
6.
Okay, so Jade got 0. Everybody else did okay.
I pooped my pants. No, I'm just kidding.
Like, as everyone turns to jump in, Jade kind of turns the wrong way and kind of trips over her own feet as she tries to do a 180 and ends up kind of face first into the bush, which has got a lot of thorns in it, which is not great. Everyone else who jumps into the bush, yeah, there are thorns there, but your armor is somewhat protecting you, and it's not really enough to take damage.
I am not willing to let someone's bad roll fuck us up here. I'm going to
I
grab
take-
Jade through the bush and pull her the rest of the way through.
Okay,
Do I take
make
damage
a strength.
from the
Make
thorns?
effectively a lift check. You wouldn't take damage. It's thorns aren't enough to really
Okay.
injure someone properly. It's just really unpleasant.
Explain the lift check.
It'll be I think it's strength plus body, or is it strength plus strength? It's on the sheet. It'll be a lift/carry.
Yeah, strength and body in the attribute rolls.
Did she glitch? Because there shouldn't be any negative effect for just rolling zero
Oh,
successes.
No, she just is basically in the open. Because she got 0 successes. 1 success is enough to pull her a little bit in. She'll be treated like she's got 1 success now, but she's only partially into the hedge. And with that, a little bit further down the road, a massive metal monstrosity, it's very hard to see for some of you in the dark, pushes over a hedgerow. It is in fact a tank. And it pushes over the hedgerow, comes around, and this path kind of follows the seashore a little bit. There's a little bit of a cliff down to one side. And as it swerves around, it starts to actually come towards you in direction, as it does a kind of a quick bank after going over the hedge. There's a... You hear the sound of earth moving, and suddenly the tank shifts to one side and is now about a 30-degree angle. 45-degree angle. And the tank kind of lists and begins to slide slowly backwards out of your view.
What, it's going back the way it came?
Oh, thank God.
They actually crashed the tank.
I couldn't
Thank
crashed.
goodness. Oh my
They
gosh. I
flipped
was
the
like,
tank.
I was like, I don't want to die.
Rigging
I
failure.
thought it was gonna shoot at my legs, and I was gonna be like, fuck.
Yeah, what's worse is that everybody inside took crash damage now, so they're probably all dead. Because Shadowrun kills
Especially the
everyone
tank.
when you fail
You
a...
know what though? Tank. We could take the tank.
Mm-mm.
It would turn this into a very different series very quickly.
I'm a really good face, but even I can't spin any shine on that one. We try to pull through the checkpoint, and they're like, credentials? And I'm like, yeah, we just found this tank over there and figured it would be okay.
Gatto, you look round from like pulling Jade in, and you have no idea the tank just disappeared.
Where the hell did that thing go?
I think they just crashed the tank, and it's clear that I'm trying to hold back a laugh.
Jeez, I hope we don't get invaded anytime soon.
Good lord. Nothing like the old English military, huh?
My heart is like sinking because I thought I was gonna like die right there.
See, it don't matter when you're bad at sneaking when they can't drive a tank. I tap Jade on the shoulder.
I'm
Let's
just
keep
like,
moving while we got the chance.
and I kind of tap Gato's arm. I'm like, thank you, and we'll continue on, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, so without any real hassle after that, you continue on down. Are you having the van come collect you inside the zone, or are you having it wait at the last mile marker?
Definitely at the last mile marker.
Okay, so it'll
There's
take
no
you...
way I'm stringing that in.
It'll take you about 20, 25 minutes extra to get to the van then, since the van isn't coming inside the area. I need to make some checks for Kane.
And the chat's saying, thanks for trying, EE. That's good.
I mean, it was nice. I wasn't looking for you in cover. I was like, cool, you know, it's hard to spot individual people in a tank, but sure, here's its perception ran critical glitch. Great. Just great. I glitched and then I critical glitched to find you.
I always imagine like tanks have like that infrared vision or something so they can at least see heat.
Oh, yeah.
There's always someone in the tank paying attention to what's around him. They might not be very smart, though.
You know, you'd
That's
think at a
true.
top secret
Or
installation they'd
distracted.
have like the good guys working there, but apparently they got the remedial tank driver.
It's by no means is this the top secret installation. It is just an abandoned village that they used to just smash it down as a military like target because it's urban warfare. It's around and no one's using it. So
They've got the turbo drivers here where no one can see them fail.
That's true.
yeah, this is
Did I
there we
pick
go.
that?
This is
'Cause I have
rookies
a-
on today. It's the first time in a tank.
I have an image link on my glasses. Can I record that? Like what just happened?
Do you have night vision in your glasses?
No.
You recorded it. What you vaguely see is something in the dark that was large, and then something slides sideways.
Shit. That was gonna be great YouTube bait.
With that, you do manage to
I
make
was
it to the
too
van.
busy to. I was too busy to have recorded it. Otherwise, I could have.
I was trying to get those new yen CPMs.
Well done. If you put that on like I don't know what it'd be, like Aries tube or something, you'll probably make like 10 Noyen in the next 2 years. Not
All
very
right,
great.
folks. Are we headed to a hospital, or what are we doing with this guy?
I'd say that's a priority. I'd prefer to keep him alive if we can.
We got a cell phone signal now?
Yeah, you've full signal back on your comlinks.
Yeah, we need to
Okay,
figure
so-
out who sent that, where he got that bottle from.
Yeah, I message Zod and I say, doesn't look like we were double crossed.
As soon as you actually turn your comp back on to try and contact Zod, you will have like 6 missed messages pop in one after the other from Zod. Your flight should have landed by now. Where are you? What's going on? Has something gone wrong? You took
I
off.
send back,
I have information on that. What's gone wrong in flight? Have you been transferred? Are you still alive? I'm hearing
Team
news about a
safe.
plane crash.
Team safe. Johnson double crossed. Didn't double cross us, but was double crossed by his own corporation. Johnson's still alive and with us. Recommendations? Question mark. Need medical aid.
You would get a call.
Okay, I answer the call, and then I forward it to everybody else's comm links, so everybody's in on it.
What is going on? Like, I'm hearing news about a plane crash. Some of the
Yeah.
the Royal Navy and some of the lifeboats have just been looking, and they've found what appears to be a plane completely gone. Like, no one around or alive at all.
Today we just learned some lessons about being deniable assets. So we finished the job, and on the plane flight back to the mainland, it appears as though Argus tried to have their own Johnson whacked.
Okay, none of the main
They
hospitals
booby
then.
tra- Yeah, they booby trapped one of the liquor bottles and blew a chunk out of the plane's fuselage. I managed to, we saved all the gear, job's done. We've got the Johnson alive, although he's pretty badly hurt, and we washed up on some, I don't know, Yorkshire military base and had to sneak out of there. And so we're on the edge of the exclusion zone now, and we're not really sure what to do with this guy. We can't take him to a normal hospital because August wants him dead. He's not broadcasting the corporate sin. I checked that, so what do you think?
I know a few people, probably the Manchester Sprawl is the closest few. They tend to look after the sinless and the less well cared for. They'll only charge a small amount if you can afford it.
Yeah, sure. I
Okay.
get the feeling we're going to need to pick his brain once he wakes up.
You immediately receive like a GPS tag, which is probably about an hour and a half drive from here.
I forwarded
start
to-
that way.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Zod. We'll be in touch. But yeah, team's all right. Everybody's good. Jade's a little beat up, but aside from that, we should be back in London at some point once we get Charles here patched up.
Fair enough. I hope you don't have any more trouble. Let me know how it goes. Keep me in the loop.
All right.
Oh, and I have a couple of jobs waiting for you, if you want one in future.
These ones don't require plane flight, do they? I'm understandably a little bit shaken about the nature of airline transport.
I'm sure that's negotiable.
All right, Zod. See you later.
Yeah. So you bundle off towards the sprawl around Manchester?
Sounds like it.
Okay. You get towards the edge of the Manchester sprawl, and certainly towards this edge, it is not great. You're going into an area of kind of a lot of shanty town kind of area, a lot of corrugated iron being used for buildings, reused kind of plastic shelters.
Yeah, but this is normal now.
Yeah,
We're used
this
to
is, you've been doing a lot of nicer areas recently. This is one of the less nice areas you've been recently. And quickly you pull up to what is effectively like a half disused, run-down apartment block that seems to have been appropriated by a gang of some kind who seem to be running the area. And you notice that there are a lot of bikes around here with big sort of blades and spikes attached. Like it's a go gang, obviously controls this area.
We could use some bikes like that.
You get to what seems to be like a blockade. Like someone's obviously like put a couple of cars that are burned out across the street. There's a couple of oil cans, kind of with little fires going in them. People there standing there with AKs.
Are there alternate routes? I assume there are.
Yeah, but it seems that this is their turf and they are effectively running a toll booth system. You notice that there is an area to pull cars in and out, and effectively they've got a tow truck linked up to one of the cars, and they just pull the car back and let people go through. You can try and make an alternate route if you have, but you don't know
There's
Manchester
got to
well.
be alternate routes.
You can try and make one.
Can
You
I
don't have
look
Mapsoft.
Okay, so I couldn't search to see.
You can search. It won't be as good as if you had a Mapsoft. But feel free to search
Saying I
if you
need
want.
to download a Mapsoft? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can buy a Mapsoft of... I think it would be Manchester area. I'd probably just say the north of London or whatever, the north of England. But yeah, you can like buy one if you want, or you can just make a quick matrix search.
I'm going to kind of propose that to the rest of the group then.
I mean, alternatively, we could just see what the toll is. I'm willing to bet, looking by the shabby nature of these individuals, it probably ain't going to be too steep. We did just come across a pretty significant payday, and what's 20 new yen on top of a, 30K day.
I just can't believe these bastards think they own the place. They own the road. That's not right.
Yeah.
I was more so
Technically,
thinking people seeing us would be more of a problem.
Ain't there some other route into Manchester?
I can look into it. I'm just going to do a quick search first, and if I don't do well with that, maybe then I'll propose downloading some software to upgrade it to...
You think that if you went like all the way around and you went into kind of the center and came back, then that would be a route that might be better? You're getting the feeling from like the quick forums, you're quickly searching and stuff, that should people want to, that would be a way to try and avoid the main blockades, because the police kind of try to clear them away on that side. They don't tend to bother about the sprawl area though. But it would be a long way around and you'd have to go through the center. This is the quickest route.
It's fine by me. I don't need the quickest route. You ain't gonna die back there, Charles, right?
When she mentions that, I'm like, how long is that going to take?
Well, we just drove.
Can I calculate how long that's going to take?
Yeah, how long have you been driving?
Hour.
That's fine.
Probably add about a half an hour to a
It
route.
will mean that I will test once more for him.
I'm already driving. I'm already turning the round and going to the other route.
Okay.
If people want to change my mind, they can try.
Gazzo's like, I don't want to pay this toll, these trolls.
Fuck these guys.
They don't own this land.
I would be. The problem is in his current mindset, he would be trying to drive over them, and that would not be good for us.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that would not be good for us.
So, as you sort of back up and you start moving away, obviously you've parked it far enough away that they won't try and interfere. You're far enough out of their territory. They don't really mind. You pull around, you take about 50 minutes, you get towards the center, and you start pulling in back towards the sprawl area that you indicated on your map.
I'm keeping a very close eye on Charles at the moment.
Yeah, but make your first aid or medicine check, whichever you want.
I shall roll my one die.
Yeah, who is going to be the best person to roll that? Not me.
I was thinking, if this is a 1, does that mean he's just going to drop dead? I was just looking at him. I'm just looking. I'm not poking anything.
Well, if you have edge left, you may use edge. The edge isn't refreshed yet. One success.
I'm doing everything. I'm totally treating him right now.
You know, you're really kind of out at the moment. You're pretty injured and stuff. You've got a pounding headache, and things haven't got well for you. You've got no wound penalty. You've got no wound penalty. What am I talking about?
I'm not actually injured.
Yeah. You're just really not good at this, and you're not particularly clever. But you know, he should probably be breathing. He's just stopped breathing. That's probably not him breathing.
He stopped breathing. We need to do something. How far away are we?
I'm going to help then at this point, and I'm going to spend an edge.
Okay, so Jade quickly unbuckles, and what are you going to do?
Yeah,
you got first aid?
Sure, I'll do first aid.
You can't
Is
really
that the
use
better
first
option
aid
than-
very easily after someone has used a magical healing. I will allow it for the purposes of trying to stabilize him again, but it would be at a -3.
-3?
Because you would literally have to hurt him again to try and heal him. Everything, every opening that has been torn into his skin has kind of closed up under the effects of the healing.
This is a horrible idea.
This was his body test. 0 hits.
Fudge. All right, well, we'll try it.
Wait, he's a human, right? Doesn't he have
Oh God, what's happening?
Doesn't he have a million edge as a human?
How many? Do I get to re-roll any of those?
You used edge before to get a +3.
I think you rolled 0 dice there, didn't you? Because it was 6
yeah, in which
minus
case-
3 minus 3.
Yeah, but you've got +3 if you're using edge beforehand, so you should have extra 3 die. so you can roll 3 if you're using edge beforehand.
Okay.
There
Oh,
is
no.
a success there. There is a success. And with that,
I'm not a doctor.
you manage to figure
Don't
out, but
trust
you don't
me.
manage to solve it because you're not exactly sure what's going on. But you think blood is pooling in the bottom of his rib cage, which is causing his lungs to be compressed and he can't actually breathe in. And you think
right,
that's what happened.
I
And
relay that to you all.
While Deadbolt is correct that he's not breathing to an extent, he is trying to, but his lungs, he's like going,
Since she fed me that information, can I now use biology to process it?
yeah, you won't be able to do any active off the biology, but you can try and think what the solution could be and feed that to someone else. You can make a knowledge check. Sure, go for it. Yeah, 4 successes. Quite easily, what you need to do is you need to drain the fluid around the lungs. Effectively, someone needs to stab into his torso and preferably put a shunt in and then pull the fluid out while not letting air in.
Does anybody have a med kit? I say.
Yeah, did we get one from like the raft at all? Like when we were. Was
I
there a med
think
kit? Maybe with that
I think
stuff.
I have a med kit.
You have a med kit? Oh, the hero.
And
Let me
while,
find
while,
the
the,
thing.
while the question goes out for a med kit, I ask, what do you need from a med kit?
Well, Jade here
Strong?
says that the blood is compressing his lungs, and if that's the case, it would seem to me that the smartest idea would be to get the blood out of there so he can breathe again, and I might be able to do it just by cutting a hole in the spot that I look at him. He looks a little bruised
I've got a
in that
rating 2
spot.
med kit. I'm getting it out.
Okay, I was
And
like, I can
while you're
stab
getting
him
it
with a
out,
screwdriver.
while you're getting out, a little door on the side of the inside of the van flips open, and there's like a ton of unused syringes in there. And I said, don't ask.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna.
Oh my gosh. I kind of look at all these syringes and I look over at Deadbolt and I'm like, and I just grab one and let's go for it.
I looked at Tag. Is this going to work?
Yeah, should be able to drain it that way. I mean,
because we could just stab it in the right place and drain out the blood.
Okay, so
Or it'll take too long, though.
if both of you want to give me first aid or medicine checks, first aid will
Oh.
be at a -3, but because Tag did so well and Tag can help instruct you a little bit, I will say, Tag, make a leadership roll.
Which one do you want to do? First aid or medicine?
You still have the increased charisma tag, by the way.
yeah.
And I'm gonna spend another edge.
Oh, I do have leadership. Holy shit, I have like 6 leadership. I didn't even know I took that.
Basically, because you're trying to give leadership to 2 people, I will say we will split whatever you manage to get in net hits between the 2 of them for an assist.
I don't know if there's much I can
5.
do about this. Is it a medicine roll specifically?
Medicine or first aid. First aid will be at -3.
I'm gonna
because,
edge
again,
it to re-roll the 10
I'm not that
dice.
great
I will
at
be
it
rolling -2 dice.
In which case, give
I have a
Tag
6.
a second, because Tag is going to be leadershiping. So that is a +9
9.
dice. So
And
one
then-
of you can take 5, one of you can take 4, or if one of you elects not to, one can have +9 die.
I
You
can
finally
just
got
do
to
it,
use
and then I can
leadership.
also use my edge.
I'm just going to be panicking and being like, I don't know what to do.
Okay,
I take
Deadbolt,
leadership.
thrust the first aid kit.
My first
at
aid is
Jade.
normally 1. I'm like, I don't know,
Jade.
you hit him with the first aid kit. That's how it works, right?
Jade, you
So
get a
what is my
+2 from
roll?
the first aid kit.
Okay.
You get a
2.
-3 because of
-3.
the previous healing. And then you get a +9 because of Tag's leadership.
So I get a +8. So I get
Yes.
Overall,
I'll
+8, yeah.
All right, let's do
Pretty
this. Woo! Cross fingers, RNGesus,
Nothing could go wrong with a +8.
and I used edge.
Yeah, buddy.
So do I get to?
So yeah, you've got a +3 from the edge, and then you get exploding 6s, and you've got 2 6s, so you get to roll 2 more die. And did you add the
I just
3
don't
from
like
the
pre-edging.
exploding edge? Pre-edging? And that's
Oh,
another
I
hit.
didn't do
one
that.
more.
So yeah, in which case, if you hadn't added the 3, roll the 3 as well.
One of those exploded.
8, and one of those is a 6, so roll that again.
Oh man, we're gonna save him. You guys, we're gonna do this. Bam!
I find it hard to believe that with like 9 successes on anything in Shadowrun you would fail.
Yeah.
9 successes is
So
a lot
9
for a
successes
Hey, man,
non-standard.
this
is a
was-
lot.
This is the start of me and Bentham being like, oh shit, we both have like not very good first aid or medicine.
I forgot that I had leadership. There's like all kinds of stuff I can do with leadership, like in combat and whatnot. I can be like, shoot that guy, And when I do that, you just get like flat bonuses to accuracy and stuff. And I forgot that I even
Leadership
had
is
that.
the least used but most amazing skill in the game. It's one of these skills that no one ever uses, but is really good.
Can he?
That's one of the reasons I
can
took
he
it is
use
because I
that-
saw the bonus things.
Can he use that on other things too, like
Yeah,
Matrix
basically
things?
anything.
Like if he tells me to do something that
I
way.
think he has to understand it to be able to leadership it. He can
okay.
understand a general concept, and he could leadership that, but he can't like specifically help you with something that he doesn't know about.
So what you're saying is I need to spend 2 karma to get 1 point in every skill now, so that I vaguely understand everything.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, sort of. Now,
Okay,
normally 9 hits wouldn't do anything much because you'd hit your limit, but since you pre-edged, you break your limit, you actually do get 9 hits. For some reason, you've watched a TV show, and this happened in a TV show. It was one of these Shadowrunning, like, cheapy TV shows where the Shadowrunners come into an ER, and the emergency room people are like, oh my god, what do we do? We take this, and you, like, surprisingly enough, you also watched and read the article where someone deconstructed that and was like, this is wrong because you don't do this in this medical situation. And for some reason, this comes back to the front of your mind, and you're like, wait a minute. And you've actually got it on file in your brain.
That's what I was gonna say. Can I bring it up? And
Yeah,
play
you bring
at
it
the
up,
same
and you're
time?
like doing this at the same time. You quickly like get out on syringes. You quickly like disinfect it because you're not sure exactly where Ghetto had it for so long. You get some disinfectant. You quickly stab it in, drain the fluid, and carefully like bung it up with a seal from one of the med kits, and basically allow the fluid to exit while making sure air doesn't enter. You do this in the space of about 2 seconds, and Deadbolt is not even sure like when the med kit got opened and how. Like, and suddenly you're like, yeah, this guy, actually, he's probably going to be okay for at least a good hour now. Like, that was remarkably good.
That's fucking teamwork. Oh my gosh. I'm like, she stops and her hands are kind of like shaking, and she's like, I think he's good. And like the syringe is like sticking out of him still.
Pretty
I
much.
slap her on the back. That's how it's done. And with that, I sit against the edge of the car and just breathe heavily.
Deadbolt, make me your 1 dice first aid check.
Oh god, I don't want to do this. I'm gonna kill him now.
You're gonna smother him.
I mean, when I saw that it was all happening, I would have like tried not to intervene.
Woo!
You're pretty sure he's still dead.
I'm like, did you do it? Is he okay? I don't know if he's okay.
He should
I believe
be fine.
so. I think he's okay. I'm kind of gonna put my hand on his forehead, maybe check his pulse again, see.
You could just get like the electrodes out from like the little med kit, and it'll be like.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that in this the little box.
Yeah. He seems fine, and you can keep going until you get into the indicated, effectively, apartment building in the sprawl. He remains stable for the entire time because of your stupid amount of hits there.
Jade's heart is still like pounding. She's got like an adrenaline rush at this point.
You get to the building, and out front you notice a couple of bikes from the gang you saw before. They've got like big red stripes down them, and the like big spikes and blades on them seem to be coated with machine oil and sort of glistening in the starlight from above. A couple of people sitting nearby. One of them is cleaning what appears to be a very dirty machine pistol. It definitely needs cleaning. Big sort of nose ring, little like implants for little horns along his head. He's human, but he looks like maybe he's trying to be like a really weird fantasy troll, which isn't at all what the trolls really look like. His mate next to him appears to be a dwarf, although a somewhat younger, malnourished dwarf, which means he's particularly thin and short compared to even a normal dwarf.
So this is another checkpoint?
No, they're right out front of the building that you indicate to go to.
Oh, so they're in front of the hospital.
Yeah. Well, it's not a
Or
real
the
hospital. This
clinic.
is definitely a back alley, kind of like, yeah. But yeah, they're out front.
Okay. I tell everybody, hold on, let me see if I can handle this. And I hop out of the back of the car, and I straighten my priest overcoat.
They both look at you, look at each other, look back at you, look at each other like, got a fucking priest, haven't we? Alright. What the fuck are you doing here, Padre?
Well, I happen to have found myself in Manchester looking for a bit of medical care. A friend of mine is quite injured. This is the place, correct?
Might be. Why the good
Well,
man of the cloth like you coming nowhere here?
Well, I can assure you, the Lord sends us to strange places that we don't expect. I presume because he expects us to help there. Do you two need help with anything right now?
They're both sort of catching up with your words because there were lots of big words there. Yeah. You gotta pay to see the doctor upstairs.
Sure, what if we are to be expected? I was sent over here by a friend of mine who apparently knows whoever operates here. Is there like a list or something of that kind?
Make an etiquette roll.
Okay.
Seven successes. What is even your limit? Your limit's
My limit is 11 right now with the buff on.
bloody hell. Yeah. In which case, it might be one different. I ain't touching the priest, not unless you cross. If you screw him over, whatever. If you don't get their cut, no other words, but go on up.
Thank you. And with that, I pass on by. And
You notice
I
that
wire
the dwarf on the left, as you go by,
I noticed that, and I tip my hat and nod, and I said, "Bless you." I continue up the stairs.
okay.
So what do I see as I walk in?
As you get in the bottom, you notice that there are a couple of they're probably about between 13 and 15, a couple of young metahumans and humans just running around looking after what appears to be like effectively a very strange A&E department. It's a lot of people with various breaks, and there's even like a small like gash bullet wound across like someone's arm. They still seem to be effectively doing basic triage, and eventually you sort of look around and give me a charisma plus perception. This is a very odd roll, but it's to try and determine who's in charge around here effectively.
Charisma plus perception.
You can actually do that on the character sheet.
What?
I love this character sheet.
Dude,
There's
what?
a flip down tab so that you can swap any stat in for any skill that you want real fast, just in case.
Dude.
Where's that?
It says under attribute. It's actually a flip down, so I could use anything from magic perception to strength perception, like whatever I want.
You guys didn't know that?
Wait, where?
It's just on the.
I see the attributes
sheet.
thing.
So like the top one is animal handling, and next to it, it's got charisma, and you can click that and then pick one.
Oh, you mean on the skills page? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see at the end of this kind of atrium, coming down from a little flight of stairs, a woman kind of a little bit hunched over. She's got kind of straight black hair that at some point was probably straight, but is kind of a little bit... It looks like she hasn't slept in a while. It's kind of all a little bit frizzy on one side and windblown. She's wearing like a pair of scrubs with a little bit of blood across them on one side. She's just quickly trying to like scrub it off with a flannel.
Yes, you come over here and... No. Who's
I
next?
approach. Yeah. I have a severely injured friend in the car. Is there somewhere I can bring him in? Is there just to the front door? Or do you guys have a back bay or anything like that? He needs medical attention immediately. He's taking on blood through his lungs and it's keeping him from breathing. We drained it using a first aid kit, but it ain't gonna hold for long.
She peers at you. Peers almost like through you. Make me a quick logic plus intuition roll.
Okay.
I was like, is it cat lady?
You think she may be astral perceiving right now?
Okay.
You're very bright.
Locking in on the fact that she's actually perceiving, I'm like, well, some of us are born with the Lord's gifts, I suppose.
Bring your friend in. Did you heal him by any chance yet?
Unfortunately, I did. He was gonna die on the spot if he didn't receive some kind of healing.
Charlotte, bring the bigger med kit. We're gonna need surgery bay too.
I apologize for the inconvenience, but I assure you, magical healing was the only way to preserve his life to get him here.
Yes, I'm sure it
Oh,
is.
they'll know.
Amateurs like you interfering, making my work harder.
I smirk slightly when she says amateurs because I have a PhD. Like,
Not a medical doctor, though.
He's
well,
like,
I mean,
trust
I'm a
me, I'm a
thaumaturgical
doctor.
doctor, though. Like, I'm a doctor of magic, and I assume magical healing goes into that in some way since I specialize in biology.
Technically, magical healing, you would need both a THD and an MD. It's very difficult to actually become a magical doctor.
Man,
yes,
that
to an
sucks.
extent. Yeah, no, it's incredibly difficult. But you pop back to the van, and the guys at the front don't stop you.
Okay. Yeah, they're ready to take him in. I say, opening the back door. They got a surgery bay ready for him.
All right. I'm like carrying the little thing that has his heart line on it, and I'm like walking next to him as they're carrying it away, carrying
Okay.
him.
Effectively, you get quickly ushered in by a couple of the sort of younger metahumans. One of them's an orc, and the other one's a young troll. I don't know if any of you have seen young trolls before, but for what appears to be like a 13, 14, or 15-year-old, this troll is larger than most of you. Quite easily just taking most of Charles Kent off you, dumping him on this surgical table. Your contact quickly walks over and, noticing you're holding this really helpfully, she just goes, pulls the leads out and just pushes them back in your hand.
Don't need any of that. That's... What are you still doing here? Get out! You're contaminating the area. Shoo!
I motion with my hand. Let's excuse ourselves. This might be a decent time to take a nap in the van or something. How long do you figure it'll be before he'll be resuscitated, capable of speech?
As long as it takes. Now shoo!
All right, best of luck, Doctor. And when I turn around and I leave, when she says that,
Luck? Then train at TNT for luck.
doors.
As we're walking out of the door, though, I want to
Yeah.
see if I can. What do I see in the room? Are there any cameras or anything like that?
No surveillance cameras that you can see. Obviously, if you want to make a perception roll, you might be able to see some that are more hidden.
Okay. I will roll a perception roll.
3 successes. You don't see any security cameras or whatever. You notice a few bits of medical equipment and so forth that might have cameras attached, but no security cameras.
Okay.
With that, you can go rest in the van. A couple of hours later... What? Your friends...
I pop the door open.
It's the troll, again. A little bit taller than you, even though you're standing in the van. Your friend's probably going to be okay.
Excellent. Thanks for letting me know. Is he awake now?
We're not awake. Probably not going to be awake for like a couple of days. He's missing
Couple of
most
days,
of his
huh?
like leg. Well, all of it. And
Yeah.
he lost a kidney. Lost some of his intestines. Good chunk had to be rebuilt. Even had to use some of the low grade like scrap and stuff. Having to go out and find some cybernetics later.
All right. Thank you for your help and for getting him fixed back up. I kind of make it apparent that he's free to go.
Well, you're not going to contribute.
What was that?
You're not going to contribute.
How would you like me to contribute? I assume that I owe you something.
Got 809.
I look at everybody else.
I give a look of sure. I just look slightly surprised that it's not more. So I keep out of sight of the troll while I do that.
That seems more than fair. I take one of the cred sticks from the payout last session. Like, what was our total pay last time?
It was 3k
So-
per person, and then 20% off the top of that you had to pay back to Zod, because Zod didn't take an upfront cut.
Okay, so does everybody want to take 200 off their cred stick right now so that we split it evenly?
Done.
Sure.
Okay. I wire the 800 over then from basically group funds. All right, that's more than fair, all things considered.
He looks somewhat surprised. Aren't you?
Yeah, you're welcome. Services rendered and whatnot. Always try to do our fair part.
If you need our help, whenever, again, if you're gonna contribute that much, feel free to come back. And he pings you over contact, and it's the Fair Clinic.
Cool. I said thank you, and with that, I closed the van up and I said, well, we got a couple of days until our boy wakes up. I don't know if anybody has contact information for him. I assume we do. Yeah, we do. We have it from the last run.
Yeah.
I suppose we leave him here, and I'll send a message over to his phone so that when he wakes up, he knows to give us a call. And then suppose we rendezvous with Zod and see what's going on with this new work. Ain't no rest for the wicked.
If we're sure the guy's going to be safe here.
Yeah. Are you sure you want to leave him here?
I think he'll be fine.
I would like to
considering
do
the amount
some
of money.
research on this area too, and like, because you said there's basically like a gang running it.
Sure, if you want to just research the gang, you've seen some of the symbols
Yeah.
and sort of the tattoos that each of them have. Just make an extended matrix search. Also, remember, you do owe, effectively from your cuts, 20% of each is 600 each for Zod.
Ooh, I had a glitch.
Okay, with 27 successes but one glitch, you feel that after going through your information, it seems that they effectively run this area as kind of not just a protection racket, but they also do run kind of effectively the law enforcement, since the police don't bother actually policing this area of the sprawl. As it goes, the choppers, as they're called, partly because they have a penchant for violence with large cleavers, but also because they do like motorcycles, tend to be relatively fair. Relatively fair does mean occasionally brutal, like most crimes or people who go against them do suffer the loss of digits or limbs via very large bladed objects. But at the same time, they do seem to be relatively fair about it. They don't just attack random people, which is, you know, as for sprawl going gangs in Shadowrun goes, it's not terrible. That seems to be the information you think is correct.
Okay. Well, I haven't seen anything that would give me.
Oh, the Johnson actually paid Zods with a separate cred stick, I think. Someone's saying in chat.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, for your good performance. So yeah, you don't actually owe Zod on top. You got a spare cred stick directly for Zod. But Splat, actually, Tag, as soon as you slot that cred stick to take the portion away, you get a message. It appears that, as you turn the cred stick over, there is an RFID tag stuck to the bottom. And it's a very short range, so as soon as you plug it into your comlink gets a data file. Of course, you can choose to reject it if you fear it's a virus.
Jade, this is cred sticks trying to upload something to my phone. You want to take lead on this one? This technological stuff's all over my head.
Yeah, hand it over. I'll take it, and I guess what do I need to do? Let me know.
A matrix perception.
All right. Is this extended or no? It's active, right?
No, it's just a 1.
Oh shit.
So is this the cred stick meant for Zod?
No, this is the one meant for Tag. Well, for one of you guys. Yeah, one success. There is definitely a data file there. It appears to be probably from Charles Kane, or at least that's what the file author purports to be. However, you think you see the sign of a data bomb attached.
Can I try to get rid of it?
Sure. Make a diffuse roll.
Disarm.
That's the one.
So that's firewall. Let's see.
You had to find out that
You
the
mean
guy
the
was about
disarm
to screw us
bomb?
over.
That's what I'm doing, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. 5 successes.
Where's my... There we go. Data bomb rating times 2. Okay. You just figured out what you tried to disarm was in fact the second file attached. You realize your mistake. You feel a little bit stupid, and you're glad you didn't relay this to anyone else.
So it looks good now, though?
It looks good.
Okay, I'm gonna erase my mark, I guess, and then get out of there,
Okay.
I guess. Alright, and I hand you back the card stick. It should be good now.
All right. I opened the data file.
Hello, Tag. Well, thank you for doing the job for me. That was most useful. I've recorded this in advance, just in case you unfortunately didn't get a chance to meet up with me on the plane and you had to take an alternate evac. As you asked for, the information that you've requested on, I believe it was the run against the Celts and as technology with the handover of Alakazam. As far as I could tell, there seem to be some internal wranglings in as technology as to who orders the run. The teams themselves were effectively disciplined afterwards and told to effectively wait further instructions and go back to base, which is why they've instantly returned to London after the task was in hand. It appears that people are a little bit confused about what is going on in terms of the as technology European Black Ops program. At least that is what I have worked out and interpreted. Now, that is, of course, my interpretation. It could be wrong. This is based on home sources, which can be a little bit false at times. I do, in fact, have a slight data file attached that was intercepted from Atul Shimala, who is, of course, in charge of As Technology EU. And then it cuts to a different person speaking in a language that you don't understand. You do recognize it, however, as being Aslani.
Anybody speak Aslani?
I do. Well, I have a Linguisoft that can translate for us.
Okay, so I plug it into the Linguisoft.
Okay. You instantly recognize that the accent is heavily accented in Aslani, but I can't figure out how to do an Aslani accent for my life. So, just assume this is heavily accented in Aslani, as the Datasoft does its best to translate and try and keep the accent. Because it's a rating 6, it'll do a really good job of it. I don't know if you can find out who's been behind this. If it's that damn Silver, she's been up to way too much no good recently. Yep, I know. But the problem is that she's really off the reservation so far. After we finished that job up in Scotland with the Foundation there, we're kind of a little bit too far. I'm not exactly sure what happened after that run that shut the place down, but... Have you tried to be in contact with her recently? No? Well, try to get in contact again. She was meant to be in contact with Peter, but after his little accident, I have investigated that. Nothing seems to be really going our way on that one. Yes, god damn it. And it cuts off there.
Well, and at least now we know Silver King's a female.
Sure. Assuming they're abbreviating, maybe Silver and Silver King are two distinct people. I'm not sure. Be possible to tell, EE?
I don't know. You'd have to base it off any information you have. Certainly,
All the
information
information I
you've got
have.
talks to about Silver King as a one collective noun, but it is possible.
Well,
I guess I can do more more thorough search on Silver. I'm assuming that it's connected to Silver King, but I guess maybe my assumption should be wrong, or could be wrong.
yeah, the only reason I bring it up is because there's a lot of Shadowrunners out there, and there's a lot of like random people with random names that are kind of like, we've already had 2 Deadbolts on the show, you know? And so it's just
Well,
like when
if you
there's...
want to run a matrix search for Silver King or for Silver, you can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Sure. Run a matrix search. I'll assume this is a matrix search for Silver, Silver King, and I assume for just King.
Okay, and that is data processing. Sorry, I'm like configuring my Decker or Cyberdeck.
Just make an extended test rather than just doing a plain search, because a free hits will get you very little. That's kind of if you want 1 minute's worth of search and you have to run away.
6. I'll do 7.
Remember, you've got a wound penalty to type in when you do the extended test.
Oh, what?
You've got a wound penalty, which is taking 3 dice away from you. I don't know if you've included it or not.
Oh, I haven't been in. I did not include that.
You'll need to include that then with your initial dice pool reduced by 3.
Okay. So just do 10 instead of 13.
Okay. So there are certainly a few references to runners called King. In fact, there's probably about 3 of them. One of them is a troll based out of New York. Another one is kind of an aristocratic gentleman type person who tends to specialize with sword fighting, based out of what effectively is Merseysport now, which is in the UK. And there's another one based out of Seattle. Some more shadowy figure, tends to do mostly face type meet and greet stuff as a fixer rather than a Shadowrunner these days. In terms of Silver, there was a pop star by the name of Silver about 20 years ago. You've got plenty of pictures based on her. There is also a Shadowrunner adept who was based in Australasia, kind of based around there. Did work mostly worldwide as well, though. You do have a few pictures of her as well. Other than that, you get no hits on Silver King as such. Not a single hit on a Silver King.
All right. I'll relay that information to the rest of the group then.
Well, given what we've got, I say we just touch bases with Zod at this point. And I sent a message over to Zod saying, meetup question mark?
Zod replies back saying, well, I can be at your location in about 40 minutes. I could be there
How long
sooner
was
if
it? I'm
you
sorry.
need to be.
40
I can
minutes.
be there in about... Actually, I've got one nearby. I can be there in about 8 minutes.
Sounds good to me. With that, I tell the rest of the group, 10 minutes till Zod's here.
All right. We can run by him whether we should leave Charles here or try and take him somewhere else. I'm not sure exactly how stable is. Whether he can be moved at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be moving for a couple of days. They said they got him fixed up, but I'd give him some R&R time. That was some pretty serious trauma.
I guess we're just waiting for Zod to show up then.
Okay.
Yep.
In the meantime.
About 8 minutes later, almost exactly, you hear a ha ha.
I open the back door.
There is a small black cab parked about a meter behind you. And as you look out, the headlights flash and the door goes chink tsh, and opens.
All right.
Is that Zod? Zod in that? I
Couldn't
never
be.
know with this guy.
No.
Zod, honk twice if it's you.
Ha ha.
Goodness.
I look at everybody else like, of course. I hop out of the back. I don't know if Zod wants me inside him, and I don't know if I'm okay with this. Like, are we supposed to get in the car? I feel this is kind of a weird situation.
The door waggles a little
You said
bit.
that.
I'll get out and head towards the waggling door, and I'll make sure that the van is set to follow the cab.
All right. I guess I'll join as well.
Goodness gracious,
As you
I'll
kind
hop
of
in.
pile in, then Tag, did you get in as well?
Yeah.
Okay, you all pile in.
Apprehensively.
It's really crowded in the back of this not massive cab.
We haven't had
And-
showers either. It's probably pretty smelly.
No, it's not great. There's like effectively a partition to a front compartment, but these are driverless cabs. But they do have a fake driver who is effectively like a really tatty drone. Like you've seen, what's it called? The one with Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he has to go to Mars and Total Recall.
Total Recall. That's
Yeah.
such a good movie.
And the
Oh my
driverless
God.
cab in that, but with the fake like driver who turns around. Hello there. Effectively that happens, and this drone, like human,
Johnny
just turns
Cab.
toward you. Johnny Cab, that's the one. It's a Johnny Cab. He turns towards you and goes, "Ah, there you are. How did the mission go? I understand that our little friend is doing a lot better. I'm monitoring his vitals right now."
Yeah, we left him at a. Go ahead.
The operational half went fine. It was the whole transit situation that seemed to need a little bit of upkeep.
Ah, well, that's problematic. Do you have your feeds from all your comlinks of the time?
Yeah.
Would you mind? And then you get a request from Mark on all your devices.
I look at Jade and I shrug and I
Yeah.
say, okay.
I'll send him the audio file and the visual files and that we have.
Sweet. That all goes to Zon. It's like, ah, thank you very much. I will have to go through these. Well, this is worrying. Do you have any thoughts?
Honestly, Zod, until I get a couple nights rest, I'm done thinking at this point. I've been through a plane crash, a forced levitation across the ocean, through a live artillery field. This has not been a productive week for me.
And with Tag, it's going to take me a little bit to sift through this data, but sure we can figure out something.
Well, if it helps, I was just managing a run, which, no details, but one of the hotels around here is now somewhat lacking someone for the premium suite. And there are a couple of spare tickets available that I could doctor your names onto.
That sounds fantastic, Zod.
Ding! You get over effectively two, effectively they're passes. The hotel in question doesn't run a lot of people. It runs mostly a drone service, and you can just check in effectively with the electronic pass. You don't really have to check in at a human desk.
Thank you, Zod.
They're doctored in the names of a Mr. and Mrs. Blackwood and a Mr. and Mr. Allen.
Somehow I don't think they're gonna believe the priest is a Mr. and Mr. couple.
Hey, the Catholic Church has been forced into a number of progressive worldviews. I mean,
Maybe
in a
where
world
you're
where
from.
magic exists, who can turn down love?
Spoken like a man of the cloth.
Zod,
Alright.
thank you for those tickets. We will, I don't know if you want to fly a drone in, you can enjoy the stay with us. I be somewhat more apprehensive about the minibar after seeing our friend Charles get chopped in half by a champagne bottle. But, surely there's something good in there to drink.
You get a weird binary sound, like distorted screeching comes over. Sorry about that. I realize that this voice program has trouble interpreting laughter sometimes. Well, I would offer you a lift, but sadly this cab is only available for another few minutes until it is called away.
Alright, we'll hop out then and we'll reconvene on this information in a day or two.
Fair enough. Have a good time, team.
Keep an eye on Charles.
I will do.
Alright, with that I get out of the car and I head back to the van.
Ding ding.
Ditto.
Your fare is 0,009. Thank you for using Johnny Cap. Jink.
Is there a way for
Seems
me to
so
make
hard.
sure that that cab in particular wasn't like recording anything or any of that?
How to check that? You would have to hack it, enter its persona, and then enter its device, and check its device for any footage. Or you could just ask Sod.
All right. Well, I guess before we get out, I'll ask Sod.
Don't worry, I have the cameras in the back working on the loop currently. As far as they know, this cab is currently parked up at Morningwood.
Perfect. And I head out.
With that, I assume we take the van over to the hotel.
Yeah, you get to the hotel without even a second glance from the hotel clerk, who seems to be a little bit busy dealing with a strangely large number of requests from the third floor. It looks like there's a lot of people in the lobby downstairs milling about, confused, a lot of complaints. No one spares you a second glance as you head up straight to the penthouse suites, one of which is on one side and the other one which is on the other side. Both are well stocked, looks like they were awaiting someone. The minibars are full and complimentary. Room service is available and again complimentary. There's like little mints on the pillows and everything. Fresh flowers in all the vases.
Are they the chocolate ones? Like, they're like the little chocolate squares?
You talking about Andy's candies or what?
Oh, dude, Andy's are so good. Andy's are the best.
That's the only reason why I love to go to Olive Garden. It's like, you gave me those fucking Andy candies. I'm all over it.
So, who's in which apartment with who tonight? Just for fan art purposes.
Is there, just for fan art, is there a couch?
Yeah, there's like 2 couches in each, actually. Like, there's only 1 bed, but there is a plethora of like other
Jade
furniture.
just takes the couch.
Okay.
Thank you.
I put my bag on the couch and I'm like, because I look at the bedroom and I'm like, I'll sleep here.
My bag's your bed.
Deadbolt just runs in and just like belly flops onto a
He
bed.
jumps, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's still covered in goop.
Most of the
He's in a shower.
most of the goop got off in
In
the
a
shower.
shower on the
Actually.
plane.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you took a shower. I was gonna say somebody here still has like radioactive magical crust all over them.
Yeah, my chameleon suit's ruined.
And with that, we're going to go to a break. When we come back from the break, your edge and stuff, after your lovely rest, will be fully refreshed.
I'm gonna have waffles. Waffles and chicken. It's gonna be the best.
Room service are very confused, but they do give you waffles and chicken. And the chicken is
waffles and
actually real
chicken.
chicken.
Whoa.
Ooh,
Oh.
All right.
it's not soy chicken.
No.
Does the rest refresh damage and stuff?
Physical damage, you're going to have to roll for.
Okay.
But stun damage, yes. Physical damage, because it's a per day thing, and you're only going to be there about 2 days, I think you said. So we'll see. But we will be back in about 10 minutes, so feel free to go take pee breaks, get like a drink or whatever you want, or stay around and maybe watch some of the tiny little mini videos that we have, including the fan art one, which is amazing. By the way, at some point I will be redoing the fan art video to include some of the newer fan art. We've got some lovely fan art of Tag that I know that I want to include. So if you are in the process of doing fan art or you want to do fan art, do it, post it on the Twitter, post it on the Reddit or whatever, and I will try and include it in the future video. But yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Stay tuned. Go check out the wiki. Go check out the YouTube. Go check out the subreddit. And we'll be right back with you.
Shadowrun, a mission by independent mercenaries so as to be deniable to the hiring party. Shadowrunner, an independent contractor hired to do Shadowruns. SIN, system identification number, used to track your digital footprint in the Matrix. The Matrix, an augmented and virtual reality graphics-based network and successor to the old internet. Megacorporation, corporations that the corporate court gives status to based on their vast wealth and power.
Hello, and welcome back to Shadowrun Roll4It. We're continuing today with our sessions so far today. They washed up with an injured Johnson, who they all got double-crossed somehow. They managed to wash up in a military training area. They managed to escape. They then went to Manchester, where they went into a sprawl, found a clinic, went to the clinic, and dumped off their injured colleague, and then went to an all-expenses-paid hotel, where they're going to rest up for a couple of days. So the edge is completely back, and Jade, if you can roll me body plus body. If anyone, by the way, has anyone got medicine here as a skill? No one can help with the healing process then. Okay, so if you just want to heal naturally, roll body plus body.
I mean, technically, every day I can cast heal on him. Every 24 hours or whatever.
Okay. You get 1 point of health back.
Should we all roll?
Well, have you got any physical damage?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, same for you then. You can roll body plus body.
Well, I'm 2 more wounds healed, and then I'll be good.
By the way, Maggie, at the bottom, you should have a button that says SR Dice, a macro, if you enabled it. That will allow you to actually roll, like, using the macro. Yeah, Gatto, if you have 5
I do
physical...
have all those macros down there. I just didn't think about it.
Yeah. Gatto, how much damage do you have on physical track?
I had 5, so none.
Oh, wow, yeah, you're feeling a lot better now. So, Jade, yeah, if you want to then do another day, because you've got 2 days here, so if you want to roll your body plus body again. You get another point of physical back.
1 more, and I'm feeling up to snuff.
With that, you get a ping from Zod, which says he's awake. And also another one saying, by the way, the next
He's awake?
Yeah, I'm imagining it's like you're playing video game.
So
It
he's
pops
like a
up
human.
In the little bottom right corner, it goes, Zod, it has awoken. Zod has joined the game.
No.
Zod is on.
Zod sends you a message which literally says, he's awake.
So we know he's like a biological thing now, whereas
No,
before
not
we were
Zod's
using
awake.
No,
AI
no,
The
he's
other
or-
guy is awake. The other guy.
Oh,
you guys
Charles
are
is awake.
hilarious.
No,
Sorry.
he literally
Oh,
sends you
yeah.
the message, he is awake. Zod is not referring to themselves as he.
Him, not Zod.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other guy.
It
I
also
got
says,
what you were saying, but that's funny.
It also says at the bottom, P.S. The next person for those rooms is coming in a few hours, so you probably should vacate.
Nah.
All right.
Let's go,
Let's get
everybody.
back to the van then. You feeling okay there, Jade?
I'll be fine.
All right. We don't have too much equipment, so should be quick.
Yeah. So I just want to like quick clean anything, and then also if we're gonna be heading out, whatever I need to roll to make sure that we're not on any cameras or anything like that.
Since it's not super important, I'll just say make me just a sleaze roll. We'll just simplify it a little bit instead of having to worry about
I don't know how to
too much.
do just a sleaze roll. Does that stay silent or something? I don't know.
Oh, let me have a quick look. Some sort of sleaze roll. Let me have a look. Which one? It'll be hack on the fly. Hacking plus
Heck on the
logic.
fly. Okay. Let me do that. 5.
I literally have 0 hits. So yeah, you managed to erase all the footage without any problem. In fact, someone had left the password as the default setting. Never do that.
Do you want me to do edit file, or do you
No,
think
no,
like,
just
we're
make
just
it
trying
simple.
to speed it up?
Like, honestly,
Okay.
it's just a hotel you stopped at, so I'm not worried about it too much. If it was a run, sure. If it's a random hotel, not too worried.
Jade's just like super paranoid all the time.
No,
so.
you should be,
Good.
because if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have brought that up later. Since you mentioned it, cool. All that matter is, like, as long as you're taking precautions, I'm happy.
Password is password 123.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
That's exactly what it was.
It's a good one.
And with that, you roll back out and head towards the fair clinic. At this point, there's a much bigger looking orc there, along with the 2 you saw before. This guy has both tusks are chrome, and he's got 1 chrome arm. His left arm is just kind of a bulky, not particularly good quality by the look of it, but it is a cybernetic arm. And in it, he's got a massive kind of meat cleaver held, which, now you look at it, is actually kind of wrapped with a chain, which is along the bottom of his arm as well, and seems to be almost welded to it.
God. The goons are getting bigger.
You say the goons are getting bigger?
It says you level up. It happens. As you sort of park up in front. What are you?
I stay in the back of the van and I'm casting increased charisma myself.
Okay, go for
So
it.
stall. That's what I say. I say stall, everyone.
Just a minute.
He starts walking over. Doof, 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 doof. Comes right up to the window.
Hey, you guys sell any of those bikes? Those bikes are pretty cool, man.
Have you lowered? Is the window still up, or are you?
I've lowered it just a crack so we can talk. I don't want him to get his pudgy fingers in there.
Let me know when I'm
rolled it down a
done.
little bit
It
more.
takes one
I
turn.
give him
so.
like 5 inches so he can't get his meaty fist in the window.
He puts his hand over the top of the window, and starts pushing.
Hey man, hey, you guys sell any of those bikes? Those are pretty cool. I got some bikes of my own, but they're like sport bikes. I'd love to get a chopper someday.
Are you the ones that dropped off that interesting piece of chrome in there?
I
Yeah,
guess
that
so.
was us.
What's his deal anyway?
Ah, well, friend of ours, we were unfortunately involved in a vehicular accident which resulted in his current set of maladies.
Friend of yours, you say? Does it mean a lot to you?
I mean, he ain't mean that much. I mean, we brought him here. You figure if he meant something to us, we'd take him to Darkwagon.
Fair. You see, he's an interesting individual. And I'm kind of thinking that maybe the long-term care isn't really worth it. Maybe the parts are worth more than the whole.
I'm gonna send a quick message to Zod quietly saying the situation picking up our friend might not be going as smoothly as planned. I'm gonna make sure that it's not obvious that I'm sending a message to the guy talking.
Okay, You've got a data jack, so you can send that really easily. Yeah, cool.
As he says that, I
aren't you
go,
in the back?
well,
Me Bolt though? Isn't Bolt in the back of the van with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I guess.
No, that Bolt was up front because Tag was in the back with you.
Oh, okay.
So-
They swapped. Okay.
Yeah, because Tag wanted to be in the back, so he could cast. So I assume you've come out the back door now.
I come up to like the headrest and I lean
Okay.
around so that I'm over Gatto's shoulder, and I was like, hey, we already paid
thought-
for this, man. We already paid the New Yen for the care. This is done and over with.
I thought the
If you
kid
thought
was
it wasn't-
kidding when he said that a padre was here.
Yeah.
What are you doing
well,
on the streets there, Vicar?
well, I'm out here doing the Lord's work. Whose work is you doing?
Whoever's paying.
Yeah, well, the Catholic Church is paying. Anyways,
Oh, the Catholic Church is paying. Oh yeah, they got quite a nice setup. All that
Yeah,
gold
well,
bullion
you
and
know.
stuff at the Vatican. I like a piece of that.
humility. It all seems to get confusing after a little while. Listen, we already paid somebody for his care, so if there's a problem with the billing, you can take it up with the management. But either way,
No.
it's already been paid
I
for, and it
understand,
should have been in the
it's being
original
like
receipt.
a payment, but this guy's worth a little bit more. You see, nobody walks into a clinic in my area with alphaware mods up the wazoo without having to pay a little bit extra, because quite frankly, I could take those. I could chop them up, and I could sell
I'm
him
gonna
onto
send
the
you a
paths.
message tag. That's like, how much more does he want?
I ain't a fan of price increases. How much money we talking about here?
Well, let me see. His wares are probably worth, 50k, maybe 100k second hand. mean, they're pretty nice mods. I'm thinking... Call it, I'm feeling generous. Call it a good 10.
Me. I smile. 10K ain't gonna happen, amigo. I'll tell you what. We're gonna go inside and get our friend. We've already paid you about 1,000 new yen, assuming you're affiliated with the large troll gentleman who was talking with me a few days ago. And in the meantime, we'll just get out of your hair without a ruckus, and you can call that your added monetary bonus. How about that?
Make a negotiate roll. It will be a -6, because honestly, he hasn't any idea that you guys are actually tough. Like, no one has shown him any force or whatever. No one has even flashed any weapons or anything. And he thinks you're a priest. He thinks you're a pushover.
Okay.
And he thinks he's got a pretty good shakedown here. Like, he knows what he's got.
You messed with the wrong priest, buddy. I'm just kidding.
Well, you did pay. You haven't made too much bother so far. So let's call it... Let's call it a favor. I've always wanted to be owed a favor by a priest.
What kind of favor? I've got strict limits on favors. I don't mind helping out, but I ain't gonna kill nobody.
Priest with morals. Makes sense. Yeah. I'll get back to you. But, no killing people. I like that roll.
Sure.
Good roll. I mean, not for me. I like killing people.
You should probably get that looked at. I smile.
He kind of like leans in, and he can't really get much of his like meaty arm through the window, but he gives you a little pat on the cheek and goes, I like this one. Leans over to Gatto. You keep it safe for me, Go. Don't let them pure bloods sully your reputation, eh?
No problem there. You still didn't answer me about the bike, though. I am serious. I would love to get one of those nice choppers. I assume you souped them up considerably.
Oh, yeah. They sing like a sweet pig when you boil it over a fire. And he gestures back. Now he's kind of leaning in a little bit as he can kind of see Jade. Kind of like them pointy ears do.
Was he? Wait, what did he say exactly?
Kind of like them pointy ears do.
Oh, because I gotcha. Oh, that's horrible.
At least he didn't call you a keeb.
That's true. But I have my headphones on, so can he actually see my pointy ears?
Well, it's not just the pointy ears. It's also kind of, you've got a vaguely elfin appearance as well. But yeah.
True. Okay.
Elves are like, they took a normal human being and like Laffy Taffy'd him just a little bit, you know? Like, they just seem more elongate.
Well, if you're interested
She's
in
pretty
buying
tall.
one, you can join. Just got to pass the initiation test.
This is one of those moments where, like, you know Homer Simpson when he has the bush? Nope. And he, like, just hides in the bush.
You saying you don't sell them to outsiders? I mean, I already got a job. I don't need a second job.
You got a job? What's that like?
Yeah, down in London. Oh, it's nice. You get pillows, you get coffee. I like the coffee. It's good times.
Well, you got like actual coffee.
Well,
And a job.
no, not actual coffee. You know how Soy Calf is.
What do you do?
I play with drones all day. It's fun.
A vicar, a guy who plays with drones all day, some sort of Ponzi elf lady who's got earphones on, and what the hell are you?
Look at him just. Well, you need a normal guy, don't you?
Yeah, problem solvers. I like you. I'm gonna enjoy
No
this
killing.
favor.
No killing, I remind him.
No killing. Okay. Let me sort end. I'm gonna enjoy my favor. Here. Here's my contact number, and make sure you answer. I'll come looking for you.
When the comics arrives, are you rolling up the window now?
Oh, if he's walking
That's
away, yeah.
horrifying.
He takes his hand out.
As soon as the window hits the top, I'm like, I'm not gonna call him, and I throw the comm link off to the side, and then I hop out the back of the car. I head inside, and I'm gonna see if I can find
As
what's
you
going
walk
on with
past him, he
Charles.
goes, have a good one, Padre. And if I were you, I'd take the guy's nervous system and sell it for a quick buck. Just rip out his spine. It's probably worth a good, at least a few dozen grand.
I'm sure he considers that a source for anxiety as I continue walking.
Okay. He walks past. Rest of you, do you stay in the van or do you go in?
I'm gonna stay in the van, but I want to see if I can find any wireless devices in there and kind of help from the outside.
I'll go in with him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in.
Okay. Are you packing, by the way, Deadbolt, Gatto?
Hell no.
We're
Hidden
good
gun,
guys this
slide
time
taser,
around.
maybe.
Okay, so you're packing basically hidden concealables. You're not packing anything big.
Nope.
You guys, you're like bodyguards for the priest. You're not even carrying around here in the sprawl. It's a bad idea, aren't they?
This guy is just the turd that will not flush. Like, holy shit.
I kind of love him.
Well, as you're going in past the entrance, he's just sitting there with his boys, just like... a word, fellow Tusky. Next time you come around the
I'm gonna
sprawl...
I'm gonna lock all the doors.
Might want to bring some protection, otherwise you never know who'll take advantage of you. There's good money to be made in chopping up limbs and selling on the goods inside.
Like, I was gonna cast influence on him and just be like, piss off. But it was just like, I gotta let this ride out and see what happens. I gotta save the dirty tricks for later. He doesn't know I'm a mage yet.
Not today, friend. Not today.
All right, can I check to see what wireless devices are in there?
Going in.
Type of thing.
Have a good one. You can check for wireless devices within 100 meters, or you can see wireless devices that are not running silent. And quite easily, you see that there are a number of wireless devices not running silent, including about 63 comlinks, a few terribly obvious CCTV cameras, and a few terribly obvious CCTV cameras that you can see from the outside that are definitely not working at all, having looked on the Matrix, and yep, they are not a thing. Along with a load of medical equipment, and a few guns that are still running and not silent.
Okay. I just kind of want to go through all of the camera feeds if I can, and just see what I can see if any of them are near the room that we were in before.
Sure. To do that, you'll need to hack the host. So you can put a mark on the host. So if you want to sleaze your way onto the host with a hack on the fly.
Okay. Sleeves. All right, we got that set up.
Yes, you get a mark. I only got 3.
All right, and then what would you like me to do next?
You would need to have a quick look through all the camera feeds. So to do that, you'll probably just have to do a matrix, maybe just a matrix search to try and find the camera feeds inside the host.
It's data processing. Do a quick swap C, reconfigure, and
I got literally one hit.
let's
My rolling
see.
today is not good.
I got 5.
And how many ones? Not enough. Okay. Yeah, you
Adequate.
quite quickly find that there are a number of camera feeds, but most of them are just blank, like the camera's not broadcasting to them. It seems that a lot of the security here is not working. There are 2 camera feeds, one of which is covering half the waiting room towards the back, and the other one of which is covering a supply closet with a key sort of safe behind sort of this very thick glass. And what you can see beyond looks like that's maybe where they keep the drugs.
Okay. I'll just keep both of those feeds up. But I want to like put. Is there a way I can put like something, kind of like an Overwatch, to make sure if someone sees that I'm looking at that
Okay.
it gives me like a ping?
If anyone else appears in the host, yes, but otherwise not really. There's no way to really monitor who's accessing the file, unless I guess I could let you have a matrix perception check every so often if you're actively looking around. Effectively, you spend every turn looking around. Yeah, that would work.
Okay, cool. Then go ahead.
Bear in
That'll be
mind,
what
I will be kind. Your Overwatch score is currently ticking since you did seize your way on, which starts your Overwatch score, and that will tick up every minute. So bear that in mind.
Should I check my Overwatch score then?
I mean, you can, but it will always be ticking up. So.
Is there a way to like lower that at all?
No, there's no way to lower your Overwatch score. Effectively, we'll keep ticking up until you log off.
Okay.
Yeah, if you check your Overwatch score, you'll find that your Overwatch score is... I think I have to give you, for that many hits, I think I have to give you like an exact number. I believe it is currently at... You got 5 and I got 2. I think you're on 3 currently. But it'll keep ticking up per minute. Meanwhile, inside, Gatto, Deadbolt, and Tag, you are very quickly greeted, considering that she's been waiting in the entrance, kind of watching the exchange with the large orc outside, by the...
Oh, by the way, I do have baby monitor.
Oh, if you've got that running, then that'll tell you. Yeah, you're on 3.
Okay.
Effectively, if you say, right, I'm watching baby monitor every combat turn, we're in narrative time, so that's very often. And if my Overwatch gets above 30, I will log off and I will just come back in after resetting my deck. You'll be fine. Okay.
That's pretty much what I want to do.
That's fine then. Tag, Gatto, Deadbolt, as you get up to the entrance, the woman who you met last time is waiting for you there.
There you are. I've been waiting for you for a while.
Yeah.
Your
What can
friend
you
is
tell me
awake.
about the... Well, thank you for your work, Doctor. I appreciate your skill and expertise.
You didn't tell
what
me
can
what
you
you
tell
were
me?
bringing here. He's worth so much money that...
Who is that out front?
Red, he's one of the chiefs in charge of the gang. Like, effectively, he's trying to take over. He's second in line. He's trying to get hold of all the resources he can. You dump something like this? You dump that much chrome in here? You're gonna get so much attention. I just want to do my work, and you're bringing this kind of to my doorstep.
Well,
Follow
I
me.
apologize, but I assure you, I'm just the delivery boy. I was sent here by somebody higher up the chain, so you know how it goes.
Oh, you're just a delivery boy, are you? You're very sorry. Well, that makes so much of a difference to me. It makes my job so much easier.
Seem a little stressed, ma'am. Are you sure
Oh
you
no,
might
I'm
need
not
yourself
stressed.
a
I just
soy
run
cap?
a clinic in the middle of a gang-infested area that deals with sinless people and tries to make ends meet to be able to cure as many people as possible and make sure their lives are as rich as I can get it. But no, not stressed at all.
So what I got from that is that you chose to be here, and you're stressed now. You know, you could have chose today. It sounds like you had quite... What did you say you were educated?
She turns to Deadbolt and Gatto.
Your friend is annoying me. Your other friend is awake. Do you want to... Quickly.
All right.
By all means.
Are we
lead
gonna
the
be
way.
able to? Are we gonna be able to get him into our van? Okay. I mean, we seem to be on stable enough terms for the guy at the moment, but I guess you know him better than us.
If he kicks anything off, he'll probably get into trouble. But, I would not want to have him around here much longer. I'm surprised you managed to talk your way past him.
We'll get him off your hands as quickly as possible.
I sub-vocalize. Jade, can you do a matrix search on a gang leader named Red from this area for me, please?
Was it Red or Fred?
It was Red, wasn't it?
I think it was Red.
Oh, I heard Fred. But yeah, I can do matrix search. So let
They
me go
call
ahead.
me Fred. It's not a
let me-
terrifying gang leader name. And you gotta work on that moniker.
It's Fred.
Need a-
Hello. I'm shaking you down. Give me all your money. Gatto, you will need to make me a willpower plus logic and a willpower plus body roll, please. With a plus...
Oh boy.
Is it plus 3, I believe? Yeah. JD, you doing that as an extended test, or just a one-off?
Oh shit! One
One
success.
up for now, right? Well, I guess I could do extended because I'm just sitting in the car, right?
Yeah, it is per minute. Each test is per minute, so bear in mind that if you keep going for a while, that'll be like a 10-minute or whatever test.
Did you say I get a negative to that at all?
No, your wound modifiers. I think you've got no wound modifier, have you?
Wounds. I have one wound. One
Just
physical
one.
wound.
In which case you're fine, because you only get a wound modifier for every 3, so you're fine. Yeah, Gatto, you are somewhat trembling, and as she says, "Follow me," she looks at you and goes,
Oh, great. We've got another junkie in here. What is it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Very well, provided you don't want many of my precious stores of drugs. It's hard enough to get them past the gang these days. Get so many people in here. Come on, your friend, before this gets any more complicated.
Just out of character there. Was that my actual addiction test?
"You are
I
currently
need to
going
know.
through. You are currently going through withdrawal."
Okay, well then I'm just gonna jazz up. It's all good.
Okay. As soon as you notice that actually you are beginning to shake more and more, and you hadn't really noticed it until now with all the been going on, you go, "Tch."
Ah, yes.
She gives you a curious look.
What?
She turns round to the last one of the group, Deadbolt.
Are you gonna fall down onto the floor and have some sort of fit, or possibly collapse and go astral projection, or maybe you're gonna interface with my microwave and get it to talk to me?
I think I'll be fine.
She's gonna wait, expecting something, and
Okay. You two... Wait here. You! Come with me.
she points at Deadbolt.
All right, I'll take a seat.
I shrug
You
to
know,
the other two and follow.
You know,
Can I
Tag.
roll-
I don't think she likes priests.
Well, in general, the feeling I got is that I've seen a lot of this before. It seems like she got herself a fancy degree and then chose to be in a place like this to make the world better. And now she's jaded. And, she wants to abuse somebody to make herself feel better about the whole situation. Not gonna get myself bent out of shape about it because at the end of the day, she chose to be here. Ain't nobody forced her to waste that fancy degree in a hellhole like this.
I'm assuming you waited until she was out of earshot for that, right?
Eh.
Okay.
This is not the time.
As Deadbolt, as you're about to go up the stairs with her, make an intuition plus charisma. It'll be a judge intentions.
Intuition.
3.
When Deadbolt gets back, we're gonna be like, "Where did she touch you on the doll?"
You can see that while she has her back to Tag and Gatto, and you can tell she hears those words. She looks visibly hurt by that for a moment. There's a half second where she kind of stops moving her foot to go up the next step, and this kind of dark look comes over her face, like she's thinking about something and regretting something, and almost like that maybe she's about to start welling up a little bit.
Start
Then
shit, get hit.
And then there's that
Do I
minor
hear
shake
what-
of the head as she kind of puts it off. and
So
continues
I
walking.
hear what Tag says as well.
I mean,
She
you've
wants to
also got
drop
the subvocal
emotional
mic
bombs
and
on me.
everything.
I'm better at this game. I got the.
When I say
does
that, I
this-
say sorry about him. I think he's just a bit annoyed after dealing with Red. He's not the most enjoyable of characters.
See, she dropped her
Reds
promise.
are a
She threw like a
friend.
grenade. I go nuclear.
What was that last bit?
Red or your friend?
I don't think he enjoyed talking to Red.
Yes, neither of them are the most enjoyable of characters by the looks of it.
Uh,
They'd make a lovely couple.
She gets up to
does
the
the
next
lobby
floor.
at least have?
Sometimes you
Does
need
the
a
lobby
man
at
who
least
can
have some
protect
type
you.
of entertainment screen or some like gumball machine or anything? Some dirty magazines or something we can look at?
There's like a vending machine that is smashed and not working as an out of order sign. There's like a couple of Tridio screens that are broken. There's one that's kind of working. It's flickering a little bit on one side.
All right, at least something to look at. It's all
It's
good.
currently playing like MTV or something.
Okay, maybe not look at that.
I feel like I was being perfectly pleasant, and then she like dicked me over first, and then I retaliate. Now I'm the bad guy. I was like, don't be mad because I'm better at this game than you. It's just not my fault. Don't
Deadbolt,
start shit.
I'm just trying to get us out of this hospital alive.
you get up to the next floor, and you notice that as you go through here, there's kind of an arch to each of the sections going on, and then there's corridors off to the side. And as you get to the first one, she stops, she bows her head, and continues walking on. You notice that there's a little cross, crucifix at the top. She leads you through several corridors, and eventually you get to a room, and in it lies a man who you recognize. He seems a lot thinner and more pale, and there's slight changes to him, like there's slight discoloration to his face that you suddenly realize is actually he's a lot more pale than when you last saw him, and that his ears are slightly more pointed at the moment. The nose is certainly a slightly different shape, but it's definitely Charles Kane. And he currently has a very, very crude prosthetic leg attached. Not bionic, just not functional at all, but it will function as a leg. And he's currently sitting on the edge of the bed, trying it out. Oh, hello. Sorry, I'm not really feeling myself. He tries to sit up. What did I tell you about trying to use that cane? She comes over and hands him this cane and kind of forces his hand onto it. Not really of much delicacy. I'm sorry,
Good
Deadbolt?
to see you're all right.
I presume it was you and your friends who brought me here, so as they say.
Yeah, just about. Nearly lost you a couple of times.
Well,
There he
thank
goes
you.
again with the just about.
Well, I guess I owe you and your friends. What happened?
I don't know how much you remember, but I guess the doctor's still in the room, right?
She is.
I'm
literally
saying this
sitting
to you.
right there.
It's not, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
it to
yeah.
him.
She's literally standing right there.
Yeah, there was a bit of an explosion. Pretty badly hurt. We all managed to. Well, pilot didn't make it.
Well, as this happens occasionally in the line of work with intelligence jobs, I'm just somewhat surprised. This job seemed to be a fairly simple one.
Yeah, it seems you've got less friends than you thought. Anyway, we need to get you out of here.
Yes.
It might not be the easiest thing.
Why is that?
Well, when we brought you here, we didn't realize quite how expensive you were. A couple of people have got wind of that.
Oh, well, it appears it's my augmentations are maybe not as well hidden as I thought they were. Your
I think normally they would be.
augmentations are relatively well hidden, but she seems a bit
Word gets around.
nonplussed.
People learn things you can't possibly understand how they learned. It's weird. Either way, we've got a van waiting outside. The sooner we can get you into it, the better. Get you somewhere a little bit safer.
Yeah, that sounds very nice. I think I'm done with my bed rest here. Thank you. Very well. You good to go. I'll get back to dealing with kids who actually need my help. These gang kids getting cut and
Thanks for your
stabbed
help.
and-
I mean, we'll see if there's anything we can do. We can contact the guy that sent us here. See if we can get you a bit of help here. It's clearly a difficult situation you're in.
Make a negotiate test.
8. I don't think I'm good at that. No. No, I'm not. I mean, it's the dice on the screen are different from what it says in the roll. I thought I had a success. I got nothing.
If you wouldn't mind, considering your friends so far, I would rather if you didn't. I have work to do from people who actually appreciate the help we do here.
Fair enough. Come on, Charles, let's get moving.
And with that, Charles, with his cane and with your support, you head down the stairs with some trouble.
I make sure to give him a hand.
You notice this.
If he wants, I can carry him, but I think he probably wants to try and walk for himself.
He's trying to get used to the prosthetic leg at the moment.
I'll hold an arm and that sort of thing.
I'm good here then.
Gato, Tag, it's lovely to see you again. I
Charlie.
apologize for my somewhat state of undress, he says as he tries to shift his, patient garb around.
You look a lot better than last time we saw you. That is for certain.
Yes, well, apparently it was somewhat an interesting experience for all of us.
Yeah, interesting is a word that I'm sure you could fit into that list of adjectives.
Anyway, I think we should be going. Have you got any information or anything about what was happened?
Well, we got the information you sent us as a bonus, but, well, this probably ain't the place to talk about it, but as far as I can tell, your company done double-crossed you, my friend.
No. Why would my company double-cross me? That doesn't make sense. I mean, they've somewhat against allocating more resources to my position, but...
Say what you will, but they had an
Let's talk about
Argus...
it outside.
Yeah. Let's be on our way. I find this place to be deeply unpleasant.
And
Okay.
I did roll a 25 on that.
Yes, each test is per minute, so in about another 2 minutes, I'll let you know the result. And with that, you start going outside. You walk past the large orc known as Red. I look forward to hearing it from you, Padre. Don't forget. If you don't answer my call, gonna come find you.
Oh, I believe you. And I keep walking.
You know,
Yeah, keep
it
one
might
look-
be difficult to find you, one priest amongst all the others, but can always just keep hitting up churches. I'm sure you'll know each other. I'll just say hello to each of the lovely padres I meet. Make sure I put a massive smile on their face.
I turn back and smile, knowing full well the kind of strike teams and shit that the Catholic Church has. You won't need to do any of that to find me.
Good. I look forward to talking with you more, Padre. You bundle into the van. Right at this point, Jade, your glitch beforehand was you missed out an important piece of information. The choppers have been somewhat stationary and somewhat suffering from a lot of the other gangs saying that they were kind of
What glitch?
pacifist. You glitched originally when you were looking for information on the choppers. Which was you missed out an important piece of information. That was that they've been called pacifist recently because they're not really being particularly aggressive or anything. They used to be until about 10 or 15 years ago when there was a leadership change. More recently, Red, being one of the low-level gang bosses, is kind of pushing for a more aggressive stance and is basically well shunned by the majority of the leadership of the gang. Kind of being the person who's like, we should be more aggressive, we should take advantages when we get them, especially if people drop to a lot of chrome, we should chop them, sell it, use the resources, and aggressively push back against the gangs who are bad-mouthing us, etc. Red is not a nice individual.
Really?
No.
Nah.
No.
The guy
You've
with a
guessed.
meat cleaver that's hard chained to his arm is not a nice human being? I just assumed he was a diplomat. A humanitarian.
He is a diplomat. Either you agree with him or he cuts you up. It works.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yes, so you all bundle into the van, and Charles sits down in the back. Hello there, Jade. It's lovely to see you. He kind of awkwardly tries to shake your hand as you're cramped into the back.
I awkwardly shake his hand as well.
Tell him about the fluid. Tell him about the fluid. The fluid in his lungs. Tell him about that.
Not sure if he wants to hear it.
I've had plenty of interesting details.
Just get us the hell out of here,
Charles.
Gato.
It was fun.
Before Red changes his mind.
Yeah. Let's be up and out of here. Did Red? He gave me his comlink number.
Yeah, he gave you a comm code.
Yeah.
Effectively, it was an exchange of comm codes. He was asking for the comm code back. Effectively, a trade number request. You could have given him one of the metal links.
Okay.
You will now have Red as a contact. Here's a loyalty.
None.
I was about to say there
that's
isn't a
gonna be,
0, but
negative.
it's basically a 0. And he has a connection of, I think it would be 4, I believe.
How far
Yes,
is
the
Manchester
phone,
from
but he
London?
About a 2.5 hour drive.
Okay. I'm trying to get an idea for like how far away, how inconvenient it is for him to like fuck with me. Basically, that's pretty inconvenient.
It's
2-3
inconvenient,
hours.
but do you think he cares about inconvenience? Is probably the bigger one.
Well, I mean, he's big, but I can just levitate him up in the air and drop him, so I'm not really worried about it. Levitate, it fixes everything. There's no
That's
problem
so
that levitate
mean.
doesn't fix.
Fair enough.
You said we also had a fair clinic contact.
Well, you have the number for the fair clinic. It's not really a contact so much. Deadbolt failed the chance to actually get that as a contact, but you do have the number for the fair clinic if you want to go there at any point in the future. Effectively, you can treat it again like a contact of a loyalty 0. Effectively, you know where they are. You can go there and you can get medical attention if you are in the area, but they have no loyalty to you. And with
Alrighty then.
that-
I guess are we on our way?
Sure. Let's get moving. Not
As
gonna
I get
floor it.
this, I'm gonna send a message to the. I'm gonna send a message. Shit. I'll get back to you in a minute.
Okay. By the way, Tag, which was your contact with the corporate espionage?
That's Francis Gauche.
Okay, so Francis Gauche, he was the Sean Connery, like, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm going to stop doing that terrible accent because it's just getting annoying, quite frankly. And honestly,
Aw.
he's a character who is professional enough that he actually deserves to be somewhat level of professional. I didn't know you were going to hit him up this often, so I'm going to just make him somewhat more suave. He hits you up with a voicemail message saying, "Hey Tag, sorry, I was on a mission recently, and well, you wouldn't believe these this set of missions I had recently. It was well, I only just got out alive. Needless to say, you wanted some information. You wanted to contact me the other day.
I forget what I even asked for information on. I think it was just the
Before you
orichalcum
went on the
and-
mission, it was you wanted something about orichalcum. You asked if there'd been anything going on about that, but he didn't get back to you because unfortunately he was busy at the time. It was about 3 days ago.
Sure. I sent a message back saying recently did some work surrounding orichalcum acquisitions in a group called the Celts. Anything come through on that front in your line of work?
Well, I can certainly say that I have not really heard very much of that. I have heard that As Technology's Black Ops division is having some issues in Europe at the moment. Certainly a lot of opening for job opportunities there. And they're certainly reshuffling quite a few of their personnel. There's been an increased number of their black personnel being pulled out of their clandestine arrangements and so forth and shuttled back and forth between the continents. Looks like they're trying to sort out their European Black Ops division. No idea why. If you have information, of course, I'd be interested to hear, but sadly I don't really know anything at this time. If you have any information that you want to sell through me, I'm sure I have some clients who would be very interested.
I perk up a little bit. Like, yeah, been digging around a couple rabbit holes. If I get anything concrete that I think anybody'd be interested in, and we're a little bit short of change, I'll definitely think about sending it your way.
Always appreciate that, Edmund.
It's good to speak with you, Granddad.
Line closes.
I'm gonna send a message to the bishop, and I'm going to relay Red's number, and I'm going to essentially blacklist this guy from entering any churches without a pending security. Like, basically, if he shows up anywhere, hit him hard. Like, essentially, he's an enemy of the church at this point, and he's made threats against priests, and I'm gonna make that clear. This dude's gonna get the new Templars dragged down on him. It's gonna be ugly.
Okay, so you call up your bishop. Hello there, my son. How are things going? It's been a while since we last talked.
It has been. I've been handling some business, surrounding the S technology situation. I just wanted to appraise you. Met an interesting character named Red out in Manchester, and he pretty openly and flagrantly was saying he was going to hurt priests if I didn't perform some task on his behalf. I don't know. I placated him and said, yeah, whatever, but I wanted to keep you appraised. If he shows up at any churches, he's absolutely there to hurt priests and get information out of them. So, I just wanted to get the warning out there.
I will bear that in mind, my child. I'm sure we can put some sort of APB out on his ass, or whatever they say these days. Sorry, I was doing youth group the other day, and some of the more interesting young kids.
Hey, you gotta stay relevant for the youth, I suppose. I didn't hear anything. I tap on the side of my ear. Just figured you'd like to be appraised of a potential security threat.
I will relay that to our security division. Thank you very much, Edmund. May God bless your soul.
God go with you, Bishop. I never remember. I think it's Your Eminence. I don't remember how you address a bishop. I don't recall. Because like at a certain level in the Catholic,
I think Eminence is certainly cardinal. I'm not sure about bishop.
At a certain level, it's like my lord, Your Eminence. Like it goes up and up and up.
Why?
I don't know, because baller ass if somebody could call you Your Eminence, wouldn't you just take that as a job perk? That'd be rad.
What happened to being humble? No, you're my lord, humble. My eminence.
Bro, we have a castle in Italy that's just like made out of gold and mahogany.
Yeah, and it sits on about like several billion pounds worth of like gold just because. But sure. Right, so with that, you head back to London? Or
yeah,
sorry.
While he was doing all that, I think in the car, if it wouldn't, or in the van while we're driving, I'd like to ask our friend here some questions. Or at least, a little bit.
Okay, he kind of leans forwards a little bit. He's certainly kind of pale and having a hard time, but you notice now that he's probably an elf. Very well, dear. I will do my best to answer you. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit worse for wear right now. How can I be of service?
I'll try to keep it simple. Basically, do you know who gave you that bottle?
It was in the minibar. Why?
You didn't notice it before?
I did want the minibar to be restocked and celebrate, but
Who did you ask to do that?
I presume that the co-pilot / flight attendant would have aided with the made sure that the restock was complete. Unfortunately, I understand you didn't bring anything else ashore, did you?
We won't. She kind of like looks over.
The
we
flight
weren't
crew,
able
you
to
said
save everyone.
they died? Was they killed in the blast, or?
I kind of just nod and look down. Do you maybe know where you got your shipment from?
I'm afraid not. I've not have. That is. I'm afraid not my purview. I deal with the information gathering and the relaying. I do not deal with the restocking of Similia, sadly.
Totally. I guess. Do you have any enemies? Do you know who would do this to you?
And he coughs up like a little bit of blood. In my line of work, you tend to make a few enemies. It's why I tend to run with a different name every single time. This is probably the longest I've ran the name in at least 3 months.
Charlie, if August was to betray you, would that be coming from another person that wants your job, or would it just be a deniability thing?
No.
Because
August would not betray me.
Who else knew that you guys were on that?
For 12 years.
You
They
say that,
absolutely-
but who else knew that you guys were on that plane?
Make a. I guess it'd be a negotiate check. You're trying to convince him of something. So both of you, can you make a negotiate checks?
I can top that. I'll send him from the image link on my glasses the video of Argus machine guns shooting corpses in the water.
That was Met 2000, which is their parent company.
I thought that. Okay, so I'll send that to him. Then,
Argus
Met
is actually a
2000.
division of Met. They are technically a subsidiary, but they effectively work as exactly part of the corp. They are wholly owned by Met. They are technically a
Okay.
subsidiary, but they are entirely owned by Met, so they effectively are Met.
I'm not a very good negotiator. I don't do well with people.
You kind of stammer, and as you're kind of trying to explain this, the car rocks to the side, and you whack your head on one of the front seats. You have to resist 3 stun damage. Roll your soak dice.
Sorry.
Damn it.
Tag, with your 8 successes and the evidence you have, this was Met?
I nod silently, not saying anything.
No. They do operate Navy patrols around there. They have this contract. There's a standing army for the Allied German states. Not a standing army as such, but the contract is. They have. But they would be under command of the Allied German states. They would obviously not. This country would not want me dead, or you dead, or my plane shut down or blown up. Someone has to
They
be
were
pulling their
executing
strings.
people in the water.
Maybe not the entire company. Maybe just this one group. Maybe they are bought or something. But our company prides itself on its professionalism. I very think it unlikely that anyone would have bribed them.
Charlie, I know this might be a little. You've been a company man for a long time, so this might come as a shock to you. But I'm just saying, I wouldn't expose myself to August or Met anytime soon.
No,
Doing what I do for a living, it seems like a pretty vicious double cross to me.
that is probably a good idea. I do have some money saved away for a rainy day if I need it, but was kind of hoping on that lovely pension.
I'm thinking about pensioning at a time like this. My goodness.
Company man.
He's part of
Business
Argus,
guy.
right?
Yep.
He's got to go back to the business factory. Divert some stock funds.
This guy sleeps in his suit. You know it.
A suit sleeper.
Yeah, the thing I see is that you were researching Orichalcum. They didn't want you to continue. You continued anyway. Now suddenly someone's tried to kill you. I'm gonna say, cut your ties for now.
I do not think I will be going back and punching in, so they say, in a while. That said, I have, my pension is all saved up there. My wife is she's currently on leave. She's pregnant with our second child. She works for Met.
Here's the thing, though. Maybe we do have him go back.
Jay, what are you
You sure?
suggesting? I'm sorry, it's over my head. What are you trying to get out of this? I kind of lean over interestedly.
Having someone on the inside could be beneficial.
Having someone on the inside who's supposed to be dead?
That is
Yeah,
possibly
yeah.
an advantage right now. They maybe think we're dead.
What's your wife's name?
Oh, by the way, Splat, you never really got a video of them machine gunning anyone. because that was at a distance. You saw it in astral form, which means you wouldn't have a video of it.
Well, I have
would've got
vision
audio, though,
enhancement
right?
too, and then I have image link, so I figured that'd be
Did you have any night vision?
no.
It must.
It was nighttime.
It must have been a
You
searchlight.
wouldn't yeah, pointing out the front of the boat. You wouldn't be able to make out any markings on the boat. That's the problem. It would be enough to convince him, especially considering that 8 hits, but you don't have anything that really connects them directly. Nothing damning. Well, I do not feel that going back is the right idea. I have some money saved away from rainy day, and I need to... My wife is, like I said, she's currently on leave. She works currently at one of the barracks' training.
I think I sense ourselves a job opportunity.
No, I do
We'd
not want
be
to leave the
available.
company. My pension isn't saved there. The savings for my kids, they full scholarships.
Consider
I think
for a
leaving-
moment.
I think leaving might be your only option right now if you want to stay alive.
So, no, the company would not be trying to kill me. Look. I do not want to lead you on or anything, but I have some money saved away for a rainy day. If you can find out what is going on in the course of your investigations or whatever you do, and you can find that out for me, and that would be great. I will pay you. Ideally, in a situation where if it is a bad egg, then you can sort that bad egg out, and so I can go back. That would be absolutely lovely. I will pay you as much as I can lay my hands on right now.
If there was documentation of this kind of double cross, where would they keep it? I mean, because we're available for hire right now, we can go extract your wife and child and bring them to you. If the same information is available on a network node there,
It would be
somewhere
better
in a
for them
similar...
if I killed and then they get the death benefit. I do not wish to try and drag them out and into more of the line of fire. I appreciate
For the
the
moment,
offer
they
there,
might be
Tack,
safe.
but right now I am dead. Either they would have moved against them, or they are perfectly fine. Now I will do my own clandestine research into whether they are okay. But if I try and contact them, if you try and extract them, you only put them in the line of fire.
Sure.
He's
That's
right.
an idea.
If we tried to work with them, there's a chance they could get caught.
As soon as they go missing, it'll blow all our cover.
This is some of what I do. I can lie low. I can lie low for a while, and hopefully they will be okay. If you can find out what is going on, then I will happily pay you. But right now, I do not think that maybe an extraction was the right idea.
It's your family. Whatever you wish. How would you suggest we proceed?
Well, I will ask some contacts and do some very careful research, and if I find an opening, then I will let you know. But and if you, by all means, if you have some leads or ideas about who could be pulling Met's strings, then let me know. But I find it very unlikely that the whole of Met 2000 would be against you. It's a very large company. Well, was until Bogat. There was, you may have heard that there was a sighting in South America. They was the number one mercenary corporation worldwide, and then we got into a bit of a tiff with tsunamis, the second, and we have both depleted each other's numbers to the point where we are now maybe third and fourth at best.
When people had problems with your orichalcum investigations, who were the most vocal about it? Which departments opposed it the most?
No one was vocal against it. They just didn't allocate the right finance. As they said that I had enough and that there was, I could investigate on my own, and that what was the discretionary budget was for. As I only wanted maybe a small team, maybe 4 other agents.
Okay. Well, is there anywhere safe we can take you?
Drop me off at the train station. I will find my own way. I've got a few safe houses I keep for just this purpose. Maybe not this purpose, but I have prepared for this. Here is a number to one of my disposables that I have stored, and he gives you by memory a comm code. You now have Charles Kane as a contact. You can add a question mark to the end of that because that's probably not his actual name. He will be to you loyalty 3 because you did save his life and you've been very generous and kind so far. And he will be again connection. Connection 3 because a lot of his contacts have been cut by this, but he does have connection.
So it was 3, and what was the connection?
A 3 as well.
3.
It would have been a 4, but now he can't contact all the people he used to be able to.
Sure.
I guess I want to do some searching on Met 2000 and their connection with Tsunami and Charles.
Okay, just give me one roll in particular for Met 2000. That will include the recent activities with Tsunami, which have been pretty widely spoken of. And then if you want to make me another one for Charles Kane. So 26
Charles.
hits. Sorry, I'll just go through this very quickly. 26 hits. You know that Met 2000 are a corporation who wholly own Argus. Met 2000 is, I think it's like 200,000 people strong off the top of my head. It's now a lot less than that. It's actually probably more like 120 at max. They are a very interesting corporation in that they're actually about 40% owned by the Allied German states, and part of that ownership is that a percentage of their company, a percentage of their standing army, has to be ready at any one time to defend the Allied German states. Allied German states don't actually have a standing army themselves. What they have is a percentage of this corporation who, at any one time, have to be able to defend Germany if they're called upon. They also have contracts. They had contracts with As Technology in South America. They have a standing contract with they've taken over the entire contract for defending the Saar, Lorraine, Luxembourg containment zone, which is a large containment zone covering most of Luxembourg and part of France and Germany. They entirely guard that now. They are less out there as they used to be because they've been diminished in forces. They got into a fight with Tsunami in Bogota, which kind of was just a fight, which, because they're number 1 and number 2, neither one of them wanted to lose face by actually losing what was effectively a battle. It turned into a huge months-long engagement where both forces kept throwing more and more in because neither one wanted to lose face by losing to the other corporation. And it ended up with the attrition rate being ridiculous. It was quite a bloody fight. Met 2000 do operate an air force, a navy, and an army. So they have all 3 divisions. So you probably encountered some of their navy that night. I'm trying to think of anything else off the top of my head. No, that's about it. Major shareholders include places like, I think the Frankfurt Bank of Viren has a percentage. Ruhrmetall owns about 20%. I believe Seda Krupp and Ares own a little bit as well.
Charles,
Interesting.
I've got your information. Is there anything you specialize in if we need your help? Like, what can we contact you about?
Normally, I'm a middleman sorting out the issues of the corporation as they put it through. Although in the past I did a little bit of field work. So I tend to do the odd jobs. Put it that way. If you have any questions about any corporate intrigue or any questions about who might be looking for what, particularly when it comes to sales of certain items, etc., I did tend to deal with some more esoteric things like certain stocks or shares or certain fluctuations in certain rare metals. It was a somewhat more niche market.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
And I actually rolled a 26 on Charles as well.
And you stopped because critical glitch. Okay, so
Wait,
So
critical
with the-
glitch.
stopping reason, critical
With-
glitch.
Oh, gotcha.
Do you get to say how long you want to roll with that extended roll macro, or does it just go until it fails?
No, you can put in a I would like to stop when my dice pool gets to so big, or I want to stop when I get so many hits.
Yeah, I did 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't go that high. I could have gone like 13 out of the 13, but
Yeah.
then I have a higher chance of critical glitching.
So
You got 10 hits on your second roll. That's amazing. 10 on 12.
what?
Holy
But I critical
shit.
glitched, though.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
with payback.
26.
Yeah.
You find out Charles Kane died in the Matrix 2.0 crash. You don't find this out by, oh, look, he died. You find out that effectively he's listed in a couple of the articles as being online and dived into the stock exchange with the Novatech IPO. And then all of his social media and stuff shut down. There is no sign of him. It looks like he was resurrected about 6 months ago. With some sporadic posts on social media, etc. And then about 3 months ago, he has a full, credit rating, etc. Very quickly, you spot that this is effectively a pretty decent fake sim. It looks like it's been invented and it's been used for about 3 to 4 months at the moment. Quickly, you find, however, that certain payments have been made to certain shell companies that actually link back to front companies that are well known to be used by Argus. For being able to effectively get discretionary funding out. However, as you're following this back, you do accidentally trip a security patrol bot that was looking for you in one of the nodes, and you have to quickly back out. But you were noticed by someone searching while you were for Charles Kane.
Can I try to erase my mark?
Yeah, I assume as part of this, you managed to escape and erase your mark and everything, but you were spotted.
All right. They just saw like a little jade icon, like it's a jade dragon.
Okay. Yes, that's what it saw before you quickly. Boop.
All right. I guess, can I do that while I'm still sitting there, or would I
Yeah.
kind of go out?
No, you can do that while you're sitting there.
I'm just like, I guess I'll be like, that's fine and all, but what should we really call you? Because your name isn't Charles.
Well, I don't think your birth name is Jade, is it now?
I kind of just give him a grin.
Would you kindly roll me a intuition plus firewall, Jade? Anyway, how long until we get to that train station? I am aching to actually get a proper night's sleep in the bed and possibly even a shower.
Gato?
How long is it? I don't know.
Like 10 minutes
I
away,
assume-
max.
I was home about 10 minutes. Hold your horses.
I got
Jade,
4 successes.
someone just tried to place a mark on you.
Uh-oh.
Shit. Can I try to erase that mark? Or
They failed to place a
what can I
mark
do?
on you. That's why you know about it. It was a hack on the fly. You only know if they fail.
Okay. Can I set them up a bomb or something? If they try again.
Effectively, you can do one of several things. Firstly, you can turn your comlink off, which erases their ability to find you again. Or you can try and fight back. You notice, looking over now, that there is someone in a long trench coat, in the Matrix this is, kind of rippling a little bit in, of course, a digital breeze, where occasionally a leaf goes in front of them. And they seem to be currently pointing an old-fashioned, like, Magnum revolver at you. And bing! A bullet spings past you. You manage to just about deflect it with your firewall.
People are saying I get a mark on them then if they miss. I don't know if that's true or not, because
Oh, apparently you get a mark on them. Fair enough. I will accept that as written. I thought it was only if they glitch or something, but sure.
what can I do with that mark? Can I?
Maybe find out who it is.
Yeah, can I find out who that is?
Sure, you can do a matrix search. Just quickly search through their device or whatever, and just find it. Find out their information and stuff, and all their personal details that are on there. Or you can trace
Oh,
them.
so people are saying trace icon, yeah.
It's up to you.
Maybe that's a better way to do it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Woo! At least I didn't fail.
2 successes. Yeah, they resist. You try and like quickly. I don't know. What would a Jade Dragon do to trace?
Eye
I guess-
lasers.
Well, you mean like what people see visually?
Yeah.
Okay,
Matrix.
so I get a mark on this person, and you just see like a jade dragon kind of like swirling around them, but I guess it kind of isn't able to attach and kind of just fades.
Okay. And with that, they're going to switch it out. They're going to just go for a straight old data spike. Roll your intuition plus firewall.
You're gonna do a data spike?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Intuition plus firewall.
The reason I'm running my dice off screen, by the way, is so that you have no idea what the dice pool is, so you don't know if this person is professional or street level.
So 7. And you said firewall plus my data?
Intuition plus firewall.
Intuition. Okay, intuition. So 7 plus. Wait, it's the same.
Okay, so I got 6, so I succeed by 3.
Can I do? Well, no, never mind.
You do what? You
Should have
can.
done edge before.
Okay, but you can edge afterwards to reroll fails.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Okay, so you got 3 successes on 11 dice. You get to roll 8 again. So this figure in this trench coat raises their revolver again, flicks the cylinder around. One more hit. They still win by 2. And aim at you. This time the recoil is massive. The bullet hits you and does 8 matrix damage, which you have to now resist.
Okay.
I just imagine anytime Deckers fight, I just imagine it like nerd fight, and then they're both just like slapping each other.
What
in,
is
like, the digital
What is the
world.
resistance roll?
Actually,
does
I
that
believe
include?
the matrix damage goes straight through to your device and is unresisted, and then the biofeedback is the part you have to resist that goes through. I'm sure chat will correct this in a second. Okay. They're going to tell us in a sec. Nope, nope. That's 1 net hit. Where she got 1 over there? I got 6.
But I
She
do have
rolled
data.
3 net hits.
I do have biofeedback resistance. So I have biofeedback filter, which is 2,
2 extra. Oh, she did get 2 extra successes. Okay, so it's only 7 damage.
and then I get
Same
from
damage
shell. I
goes
get
through. 8
plus
damage
1.
goes
So
through.
it's 3. I have 3 resistance, I think, with all my stuff.
Okay, so 7 damage goes through.
And biofeedback, yeah, damage resistance, and I have plus 1 damage resistance and biofeedback.
Sure, I think
And then I have
biofeedback
Saying a
is plus
thing about
2.
numbers.
Yeah, so you have to make a biofeedback roll, which I think is like to resist is your willpower plus the 2 bonus you've got for the biofeedback
Plus 3.
roll there.
I have plus 3.
Okay.
Plus my willpower, so 6 plus 3 is
Yeah.
9.
Okay, so you're in hot VR right now?
Yes.
You take 2 physical. No, 3 physical, sorry. And your deck takes 7 matrix damage.
My deck takes 7. Jeez. I don't. Oh my god, that's bad.
It's your turn. You can choose what to do.
I'm gonna jack out.
And with that, you jack out and I assume shut down the deck.
What
you don't need
happens
to
in
roll
the
to
real
check
world
out.
when she's
if
like?
they haven't like locked you in place, I can't remember what it's called. There's a word. They link lock you. That's the one. If they haven't link lock you, you can just do that. You don't need to roll. So with that, Jade suddenly wakes up again in the back of the van. You notice that there's a little bit of blood coming out of her nose.
I guess we spot this as you alright? What happened?
You got a
I'm like
nosebleed.
breathing like kind of heavily, and I'm just like, I'm fine.
This tech stuff is weird. Giving you a nosebleed over the internet doesn't make sense.
Although honestly, I've read some comments and I wish I could give them a nosebleed over the internet. So you know what? I can understand the mentality of it all.
Oh man. Okay. I'm gonna send over the information that I got from the Met 2000 stuff and on Charles, just to our group, not to Charles.
Okay.
How far are we from Charles's safe house?
Well, you're taking him to a train station. You're about 2 minutes away now.
Okay. Charles, it's been I wish I could say it's been a pleasure, but this whole situation has been, pretty awful. For you, more so than the rest of us, but still pretty awful in general. Stay safe. We're coming up on your stop now.
No, thank you. I will probably be fine. I will have to bin this Cinza, but luckily I do have a spare.
This number. He would probably be very interested in speaking with you, and with that, I slide across Zod's number.
Okay. Thank you.
This
is the one for your fixer.
Yeah, he may be less than enthused that it came from me, but at the same time, he seems to have his finger in a lot of pies, and so if you find yourself in trouble, he'll get you out of it.
Sorry, I just
Good
find
old
it funny
finger pie.
that you call he. Anyway,
Sure.
What do
you mean by that? Hold on, you can't just say something like that and walk away.
I'm afraid I can, my dear friend. If you have not found out, then that is not my story to spoil. Anyway, let me know if you find anything, and of course, I'd be definitely willing to pay if you find out what the hell is going on. And I think I still owe you a favor for saving my life. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Sure. We'll see you around. You take it easy on that leg of yours.
I feel, thank you. And with that, he steps down and heads to the train station.
Well, I suppose we head back to wherever Zod wants to meet us. I'm not really sure what we do from here. Zod said there was more work to be done. Although, frankly, I'm interested in chasing down what the hell is going on with Met 2000.
At that point, Tag, since you say that, one of your Metalink comlinks starts talking to you. Don't worry, well, one of the jobs, unfortunately, they had some sort of time requirement and they were not willing to wait. The other one is a little bit more interesting. If you're interested in a well-paying job.
Sure.
I don't know if any of you know anything about finance or accounting.
Meh. I know that I like accounting for more money in my accounts, and that sounds good enough to me.
Well,
You talking about taxes or something?
Well, something like that. Put it this way, there is a pretty well-paying job with a pretty well-known client. I think it might be of interest to you in the meantime.
No killing people, right?
I don't believe that killing people is involved in this one. As far as I'm aware, they want you to track down who is, I think, shorting some of their stock.
Not my area of expertise, but sure. What do you think, everybody?
If they've got some leads, we can follow them, I guess.
We
I
need
don't
more
mind it.
information.
Yeah, I don't know how we can help from this point, but yeah, tell us some more.
Well, the deal apparently seems to be that they'll meet you in London, if you're available. The local Sadacrup executive who deals with this kind of thing is quite open that this is a Sadacrup mission. And seeing as such, they are willing to pay quite over the odds for this one. Then, provided you're accepted, they seem to be wanting a professional team, so make sure you put on your best faces. They are willing to then fly you out to Frankfurt.
Flying?
And work from there.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on a minute.
We might be able to negotiate a ferry. From there, they will then set you up with a flat to work out of, or some sort of safe house, and you can investigate into this at your leisure. There seems to be the opportunity for getting a retainer, if the mission goes well.
Sure. Sounds good to me. Is there any information pertinent to our current personal investigations on this one, or is it purely side work?
Purely side work, as far as I'm aware. That said, there does seem to be some sort of interesting rumblings amongst the Metacorp, which, considering you've mentioned, and by mentioned I mean I may have listened in, you really should secure your Metallink's better tag. Some rumblings with As Technology's Black Division in Europe. There also seem to be some sort of rumblings within Sadacrup. They seem to be wary of a hostile takeover. It could just be coincidence, but it's interesting timing nonetheless.
Yeah, I send a message just to you three regarding perhaps we can find out more about the rumors. Because basically, there's rumors that there's 3 corporations that are trying to work together, and one of them is the Frankfurt Bank. So that's why I was real interested when Charles had mentioned that as well. Or when I was looking up that research on Met 2000, they also have a link to it as well.
Yeah, major shareholders in Met 2000, apart from, of course, the Allied German states, include Ruhrmetall, to a small extent, Frankfurter Bank Wehren, and then little bits are owned by Sadacrup, Ares, etc.
Awkward silence.
Well,
You're the
if
one
you're
talking to him,
interested,
Tag.
I can set up a quick meeting with the local executive if you've got anywhere particularly you want to meet in mind, or we're going to let them pick the meet location.
Either or, whatever makes them more open to negotiation is fine with me. Whatever gets them buttered up.
Excellent. In which case, I will let you know, and I assume you're available for a job as soon as you get back to London.
Sure.
And with that, your Metalink seems to turn off again. As you're driving back, you get a message about half an hour later, which gives you a location, which is a fairly nice wine bar in the center of London.
Hey, Gato, you fancy a drink? I link him the spot.
Yeah. You go for some wine or
The meet time
anything,
is at
really.
8 p.m. tonight. You've probably got about 5 hours until then, and you probably have about 3.5 after you get into London. It has a note at the bottom which says, "Dress to impress."
I'm fine with just killing time. I've got my super badass suit.
Who
Is that
are
what
we
it
all-
says on the back of it? Does it say super badass?
Well, it says parentheses custom fit, which I just swapped for super badass.
Who are we all sending to that then? I'm assuming obviously Tag. Are you going then? And Gato's going with, I guess.
I mean,
just
I can
listening.
catch public transport. It's not a huge deal, but... And I can broadcast
all
the
go
meeting
on
through
this-
my image link. I mean, if you guys don't want to go.
You probably want
Oh,
to see who's working for him.
I wouldn't want you to have to brave that scene alone, Tag. Wouldn't do that to a friend.
Well, that being the case, I kind of straighten your pea coat that you got on. Well, y'all might want to get yourself some fancy dress clothes. Some cufflinks. Zod says
probably-
this is supposed to be an impressive client.
I'm probably better off not coming with. I can feed you information.
You saying you don't have a nice dinner dress around anywhere?
She kind of like looks awkwardly around. It's not really Not really my thing.
Suit yourself. What about you, Deadbolt? You got a
I can
suit?
come along. Yeah, I got a suit.
Anyone have any knowledge of Shadowrunning?
Considering a Shadowrun is maybe to a certain degree, but as an actual purchase skill,
roll intuition.
why not?
Just anyone can roll intuition if they want.
Roll intuition. All right.
Three out of four, not bad.
Two.
I apply
Deb-
wounds to it, right? I'm assuming so.
Yeah. Deadbolt, with 3 hits, you're pretty sure that a meet like this with a high-profile client who is aware who you are to an extent, and is definitely saying, look, I'm Seda Krupp, is wanting to meet probably the entire team to be able to get a sense of you, to be able to get, are they professional enough, can they comport themselves well, can they switch between social situations, and also the fact that they're being upfront about them being Seda Krupp probably means that they are probably going to pay a little bit over the odds, so there's a chance here for you to impress. If you play your cards right, although you might need to shell out for, I don't know, better suits for people who maybe don't have them.
Hey,
So I say, my guess would be that they want to see all of us. I mean, maybe if you want, you could make a show using your tech know-how, but I think they'd prefer if we were all there.
I'll meet you there then. I need to go back to my safe house and fix my shit.
yeah.
And then
I'm assuming we're not all going to one person's place right now. I'm going to drop you all off
Yeah.
and get the showers and whatever the hell you want.
You've got probably, if you drop people off and you want to travel, etc., you've probably got 2 hours each. So you can all get showers, etc. Who needs to buy a suit or a dress or anything?
I do. I don't have anything. And it has to be very specific because
Yes, so
Yeah,
that's
I-
going to be
I
much
can't
more
wear.
complicated. You can, however, get a very nice dress in a real fabric and stuff, and it will certainly impress. It will be probably about 500 Noyen, but it will be a badass dress.
Yeah,
Probably
there's
just
some
short
dresses
notice.
in Run Faster. I'm sorry, not Run Faster, and Running Gun that are really nice, and they have like armor values and everything too.
Yeah.
Basically, there's a dress for every suit in there.
I would need to rebalance those because they are actually better than most body armor, which gets a little bit silly. I much as I love them, it's a bit like, yeah, body armor should still be better. But for 500
Well,
Noyen, you can have
technically, body armor
one.
tends to be better because it has tons of capacity, whereas the dresses and the suits only have like 1 or 2 capacity, so you can't like
Yeah.
put heat shielding and stuff on them like you can with normal armor.
I mean, in either case, that would still take time to come, whereas right now you can pop to a store and you can get a dress for like 500 Noyen.
Is it
And it'll be a very
is
good
it
dress.
possible to get a suit that would make it look like I'm a bit of a pudgy human instead of the normal body type they would associate with an orc?
Not on this notice.
All right,
I'm sorry.
I'll just get something a little baggy and I'll fill it in haphazardly.
Yeah, your suit will cost you a baggy suit. You can get suits
Just a
cut for
little bit.
orcs if you want. Like,
Oh,
if it's going to be
and
a
it's,
baggy
and it's a
suit, that's not going
giveaway.
to fit
It's a
nice.
dead giveaway. All right, fine.
So are the tusks.
Fuck.
Yeah, that suit will cost you
shush.
250 Noyen.
Damn, that's a cheap suit.
It costs
It's
about
definitely
$500.
off the rack.
It's a $500 suit. Like, if you want a lot better, like, let me know if you want really good.
Yeah, you want tag quality where they measure your arms and everything, and it comes with gold cufflinks with like your initials on them.
Not on 2 hours' notice.
Yeah,
The good stuff.
fair enough.
all right. So Jade is gonna search that and get it delivered to my safe place, and then I'm going to basically use my hardware
hours
kit and try
to
to fix
hardware.
myself.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, do me 2 rolls for fixing yourself.
What do I need to roll again for that?
No, it'd be your hardware and logic, I believe.
Hardware and mental, or hardware and logic? you
Hardware
said?
and logic will be limited by your mental, I believe.
Yes. Okay. So roll it.
1 point is fixed. Looks like whoever did this did a pretty good number on your deck.
I'm gonna be useless.
Yeah. And so with that, is there anything else anyone wants to do?
Nope.
To go there, I'll be
Okay.
wearing my Actioneer business clothes with electrochromic clothing.
Okay.
There you go.
What does that mean? It changes colors electrically? Like you can
Yep.
just like change colors? Dude, I would do it like mid sentence. I'd just be sitting there and then just like wirelessly through my data jack would be like and change colors. Be
can.
sick.
I find a really good like fancy texture to upload into it. Make it look like it's real.
It gives you an
Like suit.
opportunity to like if you hit on somebody at the bar, you can peacock too. You can be like, "It's your favorite color, girl."
Oh god. So with that, you all get to this wine bar, and it is quite a classy establishment. As you enter, there is a bouncer who looks you all over. Go on in.
And I tip my hat and continue through. Can I have like on the way there have casted increased charisma myself, or are we just ignoring that for now?
You can if you want. Sure.
All right. Because I would have.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. I am casting it right this time. I've actually been increasing it. Apparently, I have to cast it at force 6 because it has to be cast at a force higher than my charisma.
Okay.
And so I haven't been doing that, but I have been this session.
Well, you can use reagents to buff it, so.
Yeah.
As you walk in, you notice that there's mostly elves in here. Quite a few humans, elves, not a single orc, and their only
Well,
trolls
there
seem
is.
to be actually running security.
I'm gonna straighten my sleeves out and give a look at the one of the trolls running security. Be like, they just don't like metahumans here or what?
Sorry, sir, don't know what you mean.
Sure you don't.
I judge intentions on that.
Sure, go for it. The Vine and Grape is a well-meaning
2.
establishment. 2. It looks like he genuinely means it. Like, it's quite a nice place. It just happens to have a lot of elves and humans in tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. 3.
You can't really tell. He seems to be being fairly genuine. You have the Zod party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
that's us.
Do you know where we're headed?
Yeah. If you go down the back, go through the door, the private booth, the private room on your left, 1A.
All right,
I'm gonna-
nodding.
I'm gonna push him 100 million on a cred stick.
Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. As you head towards the room at the back.
Yep.
Okay.
What do we see in this area anyway? Like, what does this place look like inside?
Very like heavy red fabrics, kind of brought down then tied in with gold rope. Everything has like a marble column with intricate kind of carvings of vines and leaves and ivy into it. There's little plinths nearby with bowls, each of which is filled with a different bunch of grapes. Each one has been genetically modified to have a slightly different taste of a different wine. People around you have a whole different bouquet of different wines, each person having... in fact, there are some wine glasses which have like a 3-way split in them, each of which has a white, a red, and a rosé. And it's a taster for trying complementary wines that are meant to each enhance each other's flavor. The place tends to seem to like it specializes in certain vineyards that operate in genetically modified and certain types of awakened grape occasionally. That's the very high-end stuff, though.
I'm just having a tough time imagining an awakened grape.
Dude, they exist. They're interesting when you have an alcohol that's been distilled from an awakened grape if you're a magician. It's interesting. Nonetheless, you get to the back door, and going into the hallway that you can see 1A on, this area is a lot more bare, and you notice that out front of here, there are 2 men in very cleanly pressed suits, both human. Both look you over. You notice that they've got a pretty big bulge down next to their left breast, which is probably some sort of very heavy pistol or possibly a machine pistol.
It's either that or a concerning tumor.
A very concerning tumor. Go on in.
I walk in.
And putting tags in our AR, it says concerning tumor over each of them.
As you walk in, Tag, make me an attempt to push through a mana barrier.
Ooh.
Oh. That's charisma and willpower.
Yep.
What happens if you fail that? Do you just not go through?
I just lose my enchantments. I still go through. It notifies the owner and I lose my enchantments, but nothing bad happens. It doesn't like explode or anything.
Say, yeah, you wouldn't be aware of it, so you'd have to, yeah.
2 successes.
4, your spell pops.
Aw.
Professionals. I smile. I don't actually reference what I'm talking about. It's just like I'm walking and I say, professionals.
I'm gonna look at him in confusion, but
We do try
Carry
to do
on.
our best, and this big troll stands up in front of you, having been sitting down with a very small wine glass compared to him. Tag, Deadbolt, Gatto, Jade. On behalf of Seder Krupp, welcome.
I shake his hand. You appear to have me at a disadvantage, sir. And what name do you go by?
My name is Luca Koenig.
All right. Very well. Pleased to meet your acquaintance. I heard that there was some business that you needed to have taken care of on behalf of your company, and, well, we'd very much like to impress your company with our professional work.
All of you make etiquette rolls. Because you all made an attempt, you all showed up on time, you all got a shower, and you all made an attempt to look pretty decent, you can all have a +1 bonus. Who's wearing the actioneer? Is that Deadbolt?
it's me.
No +1 bonus for you. No negatives, but you're wearing a pretty common power suit that it's not anything fancy.
I fail.
Oh, Oscar.
Well, I've only got 3 etiquette.
Deadbolt got 2.
Oscar.
Tag got 3. You got 3.
I may have ripped the suit a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah, just smoothing it out beforehand, you kind of pulled it down and went.
Well, you already said it was frumpy, though. Like, it was not, like, fitted. Like, it's like a big baggy suit. So, you know, you're doing, like, that 90s thing with the shoulder pads.
It's just to rent a suit, and I'm not going to be able to get my deposit back.
Okay, put it this way. We're looking to pay up front. I want you to investigate. And, quite frankly, we'd like someone to be able to do this nice and discreetly. Now, I don't want to get Shadowrunners from the Allied German areas. They may be being watched. So, we will be willing to fly you out, put you up in a safe house over there. We will pay you each up front 10,000 Neuen. And upon completion, you can have another 5,000 each. 10,000 is to, of course, cover the necessary expenses and whatever you need to do in terms of bribes or whatnot. And if all goes well, we'll eventually put you on retainer, willing to pay you a stipend, depending on your performance and how useful we think you will be, for any future work.
Seems fair. Is it possible to get it 10 on 10? Since the front half is going to be mostly for expenses and whatnot and money just to get us through doors and so on and so forth. I don't expect to have much of that left over since specifically you've said that that's a per diem for our operating costs. So the payment on the back end, you know, if it matched, it would make this a bit more lubricated.
Make a negotiate test.
Okay.
I push a message to everyone saying "fly?" ?
I'm going to go ahead and edge that.
Okay.
I'm going to send Deadbolt one of the many pictures of us stuck in a raft.
So that's 6 successes.
I got 8. So
Wow. I figured he's Seder Krupp, so he's probably a really good face. And so, but you got to do your job when you're a face.
Yeah,
You at least
yeah.
got to try.
now he certainly respects you trying, and he smiles and sips his wine. I'm afraid not. Edmund,
Sure.
we can consider backdating the retainer, but I'm afraid the fee is fixed. Are you willing to do this job? If so, I can drop you the information now, and you can then consider it and head over.
I look at everyone else and I say, well, I think there's the reasonable expectation if we were going to show up for the meeting that we're definitely interested. I can say on behalf of the group that, yeah, I think we can take care of this for you.
Okay, very simply, a lot of the shares of Seda Krupp that are floating around outside of the control of our benevolent CEO have been transferring a little bit more than usual lately. It looks like someone is making an effort to sell those, which we normally keep an eye on, that are held by various brokerages or institutions. Our worry, of course, here is that someone is possibly shorting our stock to do something. Now, of course, a short is based on the fact, I don't know if you are familiar with the term, that you borrow the shares of someone, you sell them for the normal price, with a promise to sell them in future, and then you, after the price of the share falls, you buy them back for cheaps, and then sell them to the person actually fulfilling your part of the contract you already made. So you sell them for a high price, and then you buy them low, and then give to the person you promised, thereby making a profit. Now, of course, the problem with this is that that requires someone to know that Seda Krupp's share price will be falling in future. We would prefer this not to be the case, and it is quite possible this is just a smoke screen. However, it is, of course, beneficial to make sure that you cover all your bases. In addition, we are a little bit concerned that some of our subsidiaries might end up getting poached. We have seen a bit more maneuvering around their stock price as well. We'd very much like to know who is behind this, why they're behind it, and if they're exactly planning anything to be able to drop our stock price.
Sure. Do you have any leads to run off of?
Let me just double check.
He's like looking at his board.
Lucia Wolf is the brokerage agent who seems to be managing most of this. She is based out of Frankfurt, which is, of course, where we'll be sending you. Most of the financial transactions in the entire of the German Allied States actually operate out of Frankfurt. Of course, that being where Frankfurter Bank of Viren is. As many times we've tried to take it over. Lucia Wolf.
All right. Aside from that, I assume we'll be doing some digging around your network. Giving my decker limited access so that your spiders and whatnot don't sniff us out would make this a lot easier, since the majority of the incriminating information we get on runs like this is going to come from digital traffic. Is where people slip up the most.
I will give you the information that we're willing to share. Obviously, you won't need access to the Seda Krupp network as such. We will be willing to throw in certain perks or added benefits should you need them, but unfortunately we cannot give you access to accounting information for obvious reasons. Most of these shares being sold are sold external to Seda Krupp, and that is where you will be focusing most of your efforts.
Sure. All right, then. When can we expect... Oh, go ahead.
Before we accept this, is there anything you can tell us about how Lucia Wolf operates? I mean, obviously, if you're aware of her presence and her trading concerns you, what about it is a bother? What makes you suspicious of her specifically?
Normally, when people are moving stocks and shares around, there is a certain amount of normal fluctuation. It is particularly concerning that she has loaned out a large number of the stocks and shares belonging to Frankfurter Bank of Viren, who she works for. And this normally indicates that someone is willing to short the share. A large number of loans of the shares tends to be a case of a large sale short. Now, of course, a corporate player will only do that if they actually have some solid information. Shorting on a large scale can be very dangerous. Interestingly enough, the amount of capital one would need to buy the shares that we have spotted, with our limited investigations so far, some would be looking in the region of maybe 50 to 60 billion Neuen.
I send a message to everyone saying I'm not doing this if we're having to fly there. And then shortly after that, I follow it up with, also, should I be concerned that he knows Tag's real name?
I grab Deadbolt around the shoulders with one arm, and I chuckle a little bit. Oh, you're going to enjoy this one, Deadbolt. I assure you.
I'm gonna
Just for the
respond to you,
sake-
you deadbolt with. It was easy enough for me to find out.
Fair enough.
Uh,
When I mean it, I'm not flying.
we have a small stipulation that I'll bring up at this point. Uh, our luck with flying has not been so great as of lately. I don't know how good your research is, but you know all of our names, and so anyways, our luck with airline travel has been somewhat impeded the last few times, and it's afflicted my dear friend Deadbolt here with a bit of a phobia towards flight. You wouldn't happen to have a boat we could take, would you?
I'm telling you, a little liquor goes a long way with elves.
Oh, so, you didn't happen to be over the North Sea a couple of days ago, did you?
I can neither confirm nor deny anything where we've been.
Well, that is interesting. Sure, I'm sure we could organize a ferry or some kind.
Thank you. Deadbolt appreciates it. I nod over my shoulder at him.
Ah, yes, James. I think you've done a bit of work for us before.
I look down for a moment after that and go,
Is anything magical in
perhaps-
here? I had 3 successes on it a sensing.
He is.
Like really, really glowy?
He's probably an adept, you would guess.
Yeah.
Well, considering the deal, he holds up one large troll hand.
I shake it. Sure. You got yourself a deal.
Would you like the money in form of a cred stick, or would you prefer stocks, options?
Flat cash will do just fine on a cred stick, please.
Very well. He seems a bit disappointed.
These lower classes.
And pulls out 4 cred sticks, hands them to you, all of them embossed with the SK logo. You each get 10 grand.
Yay.
The code for your apartment, the information for your apartment, the location, we will sort of ferry for tomorrow. We'll send you that to your comlink. And any additional information will be sent to your apartment in Frankfurt when you get there.
Absolutely. Thank you for the job opportunity, and we will speak with you again once this has been resolved.
Sadacrup appreciates that, and on behalf of Sadacrup, welcome.
When he says welcome, a deep feeling of dread kind of grips my soul for a minute. Welcome is not what I wanted to hear right there. Thank you would have been all right. That would have been good.
you don't
Welcome to the
understand.
family is not...
No, the name of the ferry is Welcome. You're being paranoid here.
Jade is very uncomfortable about this whole situation. But I'm trying to keep it together.
With that, I excuse myself, and I kind of nod motion for the others that it's time to get the hell on out of here.
Oh, I'm out of there as soon as I can leave.
As soon
And
as
the
we're
mom-
like out of the building and definitely out of earshot or camera shot or anything, I'm like, I don't trust this guy at all. He knows far too much about us. I mean, I
When
know
we
it's
get-
Seda Krupp, but
Sweep the cred sticks for tags. Nobody drank anything in there, did you?
nope.
Kind of wanted
Uh-huh.
to.
Yeah, that would have been a bad idea. But as long as the cred sticks aren't bugged right now, we'll move forward with this whole thing. That whole welcome business got me feeling a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. Somehow I feel like we just stepped in it.
And with that, here endeth tonight's session.
Well, before we go, I wanted to ask one of the doormen
Sure.
at the front if they knew a good spot to get a custom suit for a metahuman. I assume they would.
You
And
asked
I'll
the one
point
you tipped 100 Noyan to.
Sure, and I'll point to some of the rips in the suit. Like, I don't think I'm going to rent again.
Yeah, well, are you just looking for a normal suit, or seems a bit confused why you're asking security, but
Normal suit, suit to soak a bullet or two. Either or.
yeah, sure. I mean, we all get high-end, Kevlar suits. I'll give you a contact.
Cool. Hey, thanks.
Yeah, you get effectively an address for a high-end tailor suit place that effectively makes suits for people to soak bullets and does tend to specialize in metahuman frames, particularly in dwarf or control. Not quite the human elf variety.
It's got some kind of cheeky name like Shoot Suits with like a target thing over the front.
No,
of
no,
the image of the suit.
this place is high-end and classy. Like they cater to people.
It's like Burke and Redfield. It's got like one of
Yeah.
those names, like lots of syllables.
No, it still says shoot suit, but they have e's at the end of each word. Shoot.
Sute.
It's called Redfield Suits.
I appreciate it.
Sure. Rather good one.
Yeah, thank you. I guess we'll head back.
Again, you can have a loyalty 0 contact of Redfield Suits. And yes, Suits is very much a fancy letter with all like this little what's it called? Serifs and stuff. There we go.
We're just collecting contacts.
That's true. What kind of shoes come with these? Like, when you get like a nice, well-crafted suit, like the shoe choice is a major part of this whole thing. Are they like just some slip-on dress shoes? Because that's pretty sweet and classy. Are they Oxfords? Are they brogues? This all matters.
Just remember the
We're in
rule.
England, so I'm
Oxford's
assuming
not
it's an
brogues.
Oxford.
Yeah.
We're in England, so yeah, I'm assuming it's an Oxford.
To be fair, actually, an Oxford can have broguing. A broguing just refers to the broguing itself. The Oxford is actually a style of shoe. But,
Yeah, the wingy things on the sides or whatever.
But yeah, thank you for coming along tonight. We'll be back next week when we find out what exactly they've got themselves into by being welcomed to Seda Krupp. Certainly a good amount of money.
I like money.
I'm gonna get a new
Money's
pair of
nice.
Italian slips. I think I'm gonna get a new pair of Italian slip-ons for this mission, so I'm looking extra classy.
Yeah.
That's what I like. I like the Italian style, like the.
You are certainly
the
going into a
slip-ons.
little bit more of a corporate area. Like, Frankfurt is basically the financial hub for the entire of Europe. Almost the world in a certain sense, since Frankfurt Bank of Viren is there.
So next week, everyone has to dress in like a nice suit or something.
I don't have a suit.
Oh, you got to get on that, man.
Man.
Hell no.
Action
I
your
had two
business
of them.
clothes for the win.
I've rented them for weddings before.
Actually, this is
I'll have
closer,
Jade
like,
look real classy.
It's a power suit, it'll do, but you'll look like you're the lower end of the spectrum there.
Oh, my suits are so clean. I got two of them, and it's just like pa, pa, wah. Oh, they
The
look
question
so
is,
good.
though, is Tag gonna do the suit plus the priest thing, or are you gonna go full suit?
I'll probably go full suit. I've been waiting to wear my devil suit for a while. I got a charcoal suit with a dark red shirt underneath with a black tie, and I've been waiting to wear it for a long time, and I just never get
Here's your
around to it.
chance.
So
There's not
wait,
a
is
lot of
next episode
opportunities
the
for a
suit
devil
up
suit.
episode?
Sure.
There we go. To be fair, by the way, Deadbolt, you actually, because you've got a high lifestyle, you have suits with your lifestyle that are suitable.
Oh, okay.
So get that money back on your character sheet, right?
But
Right?
yeah, those of you who've been
We already
watching...
had the thing.
Yeah, like, he didn't spend any money on a suit, he wore a back in a business suit. Those of you who've been watching, thank you very much for watching. Do go check out the subreddit, go check out the YouTube channel if you want to see the VODs. Go check out the Wikia, which I'm sure by the end of this episode actually has a lot more information than when we started. Do the follows, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Go check out the Patreon. Shen, who are you, what do you do, and where can we find you until next week?
Well, hi, my name's Shen. I run a YouTube channel over on youtube.com/Shenru2, and you can find me mainly on Twitch. I stream 8 hours a day most days of the week, except Sundays, because we're doing Roll4It, and Fridays, because we're doing Roll4It. I've been playing a lot of Stellaris lately, because that just came out. That is the Utopia DLC. Also, Mandate of Heaven for EU4. Still working on, what is it called? Mass Effect Andromeda, having a lot of fun with that. And, of course, there's always the good old favorites of RimWorld and, I don't know, even Minesweeper sometimes. Whatever. What about Senorita Margaret?
Well, you guys can find me when you're not here on Sundays. Hopefully you are, over at twitch.tv/Margaret Crone, or in all the places, Twitter, YouTube, same place, Margaret Crone. On Tuesdays, I run a show on my channel that starts around 8 p.m. PDT, and then Wednesdays I play D&D over at Lost Initiative, and Thursdays I play, Star Wars Edge of the Empire, same time, 6 p.m. over at Lost Initiative. Friday, back at my channel again, we're actually playing Master X Master right now while it's in beta, and then back here on Sunday. That's it. That's all I got.
Bentham, what about you?
Well, on YouTube, I am Mangleport Gaming. Don't ask. And usually I've got some sort of Factorio series going on. It seems like the 0.15 update might be coming out soon, and that's going to have cool stuff like nuclear reactors, which may or may not explode, and fun stuff like that. I was playing Production Line. Thing. It's cool, though. They're not real explosions, so it's funny.
I'm sure everybody near Chernobyl agrees with you.
I'm not sure if they do explode. It's still being decided whether it's going to happen or not. But anyway, I was playing Production Line, and then an update broke my save.
Oh.
So now I don't know what to do, because I don't think I can roll back. So
really?
That's just sort of... I don't think so. It's because whenever you download a new update, it like goes over the old one, I think.
Yeah, but can't you go into the beta section and revert it to a, like, properties, updates, revert to a previous version?
Well, it's not a thing on Steam. It's through Humble, I think.
Oh, okay, that sucks. That's one of the things I really like about Steam, is the ability to just do that.
Maybe it's on Steam by now, I don't know, I'll have to look.
It's not.
Maybe I can restart that.
No.
But I was playing Astroneer, basically gave up on that too. Rodin is still going occasionally, and I've started playing Kingdoms and Castles, because I saw Splat and Avak playing that and was like, holy crap, this is so my game. And so I've just been playing that non-stop for the past 3 days.
It's like a nice continuation to... Yeah, it's a nice continuation to Stronghold, which just got abandoned and destroyed and ripped apart by Firefly. And so it's like, they don't make castle games anymore. Like, I love stuff like old Stronghold games. It's just that they dropped the IP super hard with the last couple.
Did you ever play the game Castles 2? Back in like 94, 95?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Very simple graphics, but super, super fun castle game.
Yeah, that's really cool, and that's pretty much all I'm doing. Where the hell did Shen go?
What?
Your camera
disappeared on my
Also,
screen.
the picture Shen has
Oh,
is horrifying.
whoops.
I was gonna say, he's fucking done with this Skype call. He's out. Roll for it.
Apparently spacebar turns your camera on and off. Little do you know.
No way.
Splat!
It's not working on mine. Man.
What about you?
Yeah, right now I am Splattercat Gaming, and I'm at youtube.com/Splattercat Gaming. Same thing on Twitch TV. I show off indie games, so every day of the week you should be able to see a new indie title on the channel, as well as a second video, which will be like a brief continuation of the stuff that my audience really seem to like. Every single day I'll have something good for you. This week we had all kinds of stuff, honestly. A lot of bullet hells this week, actually. A lot of games that were really kind of barking up the Binding of Isaac meets Enter the Gungeon tree. And next week, it's looking like there's going to be a lot of random pixel art games and like strategy managers and stuff. I don't know. This stuff comes in waves. It seems like every other week, a new genre is really popular on like itch.io or a lot of those other sites. And so you never know. It changes up every week, and that's why my job's interesting.
Fair enough. As for myself, I'm Enterilissium. You can catch me over at youtube.com/Enterilissium. I put out 2 videos a day. I've currently got Stellaris, and then one which I'm kind of rotating around. I've had Steel Division, Dawn of War 3, stuff like that recently. You can also catch me over at twitch.tv/Enterilissium, where I'm trialing out streaming Tuesdays and Thursdays now. So I'm going to see how that goes, if you fancy going along and say hi. And of course, Twitter, Enterilissium on there. Right.
By the way, the wiki is already a wiki now. Go look at that. It's cool. People have already been writing it just while the show's been going.
I want to check this out.
It's all been happening. It's literally, I refresh it and it's expanded more. It's great.
See, all I
There's
did
pages for all the different shows.
Nice.
What was that sound?
And Tag has his own page. He's the first character to have a page, I think.
I'm not going to say that it's a sign of my my eminent popularity, but you know
Yeah,
what?
tag is
I'm
the
gonna
first
think it.
character.
The page links to a clip of E as letter.
One of Tag's content is Zlata and was famously cosplayed by E as seen in this clip. Yep. Oh dear. No, I think Zlata should have her own page. You should have Zlata and then link to Zlata's page, and then Zlata's page should just be that clip.
Got a long history. Also, there needs to be a page for Sky Beast.
Yeah, like each character should have a page, and that way, as you get more information about them, you can fill it out, and that way people can come back to it and be like, oh, who's this character? I don't know, I missed that episode. And you'd be like, there we go, the wiki. That's why I thought the wiki would be a good idea. But thank you so much, people, for filling that in. That's going to be great. I really look forward to looking at that and seeing how it fills out. But yeah, also feel free to go over to the subreddit, check that out, post fan art, look at the fan art posts. Feel free to just go over there and look at conspiracies about Roll4It, because the way I'm designing this series, in particular for Shadowrun, I don't know about Splat's plans for Dungeons & Dragons, but I'm certainly looking at conspiracies for that as a player, is there are conspiracies within arcs, I'm just chucking information at you and seeing what sticks, so I'm interested to see what you pick up as well as the players. So go check that out, go check out our YouTube channel, go check out our Patreon. Thank you very much for coming along, go share the stream with everyone and let them know how awesome we are, because we will love you forever. Not that we don't already. Roll safe.